Appreciate all their work. Thank you. Next up, call to the public.
So, thank you, Chair. There are no members of the public here wishing to speak, but I did receive 4 written public comments via email. And the first is from Melanie Washburn on Wednesday, October 4th, zip code 86001, related to free mountain line bus. All 4 are actually related to the same topic. The second was Sophie Jacobson, October 4th, zip code 86001. The third was Jill Stevenson, Sunday, October 8th, 86004. And the fourth was October 19th, from Leah Atley at 86001. And these comments will be attached to the minutes of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Obviously, that's something that we need to discuss and to look at, so we take it. Okay, number 6, next up, review 2024-2025 legislative priorities. Heather.
Thank you, the chairman, members of the board, and our transit advisory committee member. So today is really a good time for us to discuss different items with you so that we can bring back future items for adoption and or action. And we're going to kick that off with a review of the proposed 2024-2025 legislative priorities. As mentioned in the staff report, we first adopted legislative priorities in 2021. We have updated those priorities annually since then. And I'm recommending we make another update so that we have these available as we make our visits with our elected officials and around the community. This really helps us set budgets, develop capital plans, as well as set policies for have policy discussions. So the legislative priorities includes 3 sections: federal priorities, state priorities, and local priorities. I am proposing 3 federal priorities this year. 2 of them are continuations from the prior year because there's still a lot of important work to be done in those areas. First, ensuring that the annual transit appropriations match with the authorization as approved by our federal leaders in the bipartisan infrastructure law or the Infrastructure and Investment Job Acts, whichever acronym you prefer to use. We are now seeking support to ensure that the funding as appropriated annually or authorized annually matches what was initially approved in that law. That is something we are participating in across the nation with other transit associations in transit programs. Another continuation from prior years, supporting all forms of additional revenue for transportation. There's a lot of conversations about where does our funding come from. It comes from the federal government, but where does the federal government get that money? And a lot of it comes from gas tax. And so there is a conversation nationally about how we update that. Is it updating gas tax itself? Is it finding additional revenues? And so it continues to be on our radar as well as our Southwestern Transit Association radar, that we really need to continue having those conversations about how do we secure future funding as we move towards zero emission vehicles, which don't have fuel rates. And we have electric vehicles being adopted across the nation, which affects vehicle licensing taxes as well. So how do we change rate structures to ensure not just transportation or transit, but that those programs that holistically have the money needed to continue the work that we're doing. And the third federal priority is really looking at regulations. This is a very large priority, so there's lots of things underneath it. But the national transit policies that have been set, some of them have been in place since 1972. So we are asking the federal government through our transit associations and as a transit agency to look at those policies. Things like spare ratio. Spare ratio is what the feds tell us we can have in backup fleet numbers. Well, as we adopt zero emission vehicles, we have to relook at what our backup ratios are because it's not a 1-for-1 in most systems. Updating procurement rules to ensure that the policies that we're following fulfill the goals of those rules versus just creating an administrative burden. One of them is the Buy America requirement, not that we don't want to buy American, we support Buy America. But when that policy creates an environment where bus manufacturers are putting plastic cup holders on vehicles to meet the Buy America standards, ours the rule meeting the goal. And so just evaluating procurement rules to ensure that they align with and don't create unnecessary burden, but fulfill the goals. Redefining the CDL requirements and process for transit programs specifically. So I think everyone in this room is aware there's a transit driver issue across the nation. There are multiple contributing factors to that, but one of them is that what a transit driver does to get his CDL is not any different than what an over-the-road truck driver does to get their CDL. And while on one hand, you can say, well, that all makes sense because of safety and other things, but in fact, it makes us compete with that industry for our drivers. And in fact, our drivers don't need to go under the hood like an 18-wheel CDL operator needs to go under the hood, because we have mechanics that do that. Or they don't need to know how to do a diesel engine because it's a zero emission vehicle. Those are just some challenges in the CDL testing program as it exists. So again, we're just asking for that to be reviewed and potentially redefined to carve out transit as a segment of CDL so that we can clean up some of those pieces and maybe even move our drivers to training. And the last one is really look for overlapping and conflicting regulations. This happens in our funding sources. If you've heard us talk about grants, you've heard us use 5307, 5339, 5310. Well, some of these have rules that conflict with the rules for the other ones. And so we're asking FTA to look at that because it would make it better for all agencies, again, to remove some of those administrative burdens and let us focus on what we need to do, which is provide training services. So those are our set federal priorities. I'll just pause and see if there's any questions or concerns before moving into state priorities.
Questions? So this is kind of related, but
Yes.
in the event of the government shutdown on November 16th, how does that impact our services?
Thank you for the question. We confirmed this not long ago, a couple of years ago, when the government shut down for, I think it was like 19 days from the middle of December to January. I may have the number of days incorrect. All of our funding got held up. So it does not affect us as Flagstaff because we rely on those funds in a reimbursement situation. So it did not impact our programs. We have a healthy transit fund balance with the city of Flagstaff that gives us some float money, if you will, on cash reimbursement. The good news is that after that happened, they moved all of FTA's staff, and the BIL also created this opportunity where FTA's funding is not restricted by short-term closures of the federal government. If it were a long-term closure, we would have to have a different conversation, but none of the short-term closures are anticipated to impact us through FTA and thankfully through ADOT as well. So ADOT also became a protected program where they had the same situation where FTA staff had to take furloughs, so did ADOT staff in those closures, and then all the transit agencies have trouble accessing funding. Good question.
Appreciate it. Any other questions?
Okay, briefly, I have 4 state priorities. We continue to petition the state for funding for transit. We started this process last year with the Arizona Transit Association and plan to continue it this year, which is really asking the state to set aside some portion of federal or state funding, to help us match our federal grants. We'd like it to be designated to transit specifically because the funding sources that the state does now make available, we actually compete with roads for any of that funding. And so we continue to ask for that. We continue to pursue electric rate structure changes. I'll be honest, that may be a still too steep to climb. But as we move to zero emission vehicles and we have ranges that will require us to do what we call opportunity charging, which means charging throughout the day and in those peak windows, we would like to know that we can count on our partners, public electric agencies to assist us with rate structures. In the meantime, we continue to have conversations with DPS about how to mitigate that concern, but we should really believe that rate structures need to be reformatted to recognize the work that public agencies do. And I want to be clear, we're not just talking transit, we're talking all public agencies within the state of Arizona and nationally. Continue our work on timely distribution of federal funds. We do count on the Arizona Department of Transportation to conduct several pass-through grant opportunities. Occasionally, those create an issue. Federal funds have a ticking clock on them. They must be obligated within so many years of appropriation, and if they aren't, they are returned to the federal government. And the state has access to a certain pot of that they then redistribute. And occasionally, it has occurred that those funds, we find out in May, have been awarded to us, and we only have till June to get the application in with the federal government in order to ensure they can make the award by September. So trying to work with EDOT and EDOT team members on what are those timelines and how do we create more reliability in them to avoid those crisis moments. And the last one, continuing from last year, is the transit law advocacy, looking at how does transit operations get captured in laws like Yield to Bus, transit operator assault, and transit signal priority. Transit operator assault is a national conversation that is taking place right now at the federal government level. And I think we're going to see some of those regulations come down from the federal government. So we may not need it on our state priorities, but of course, we always look to what could we do to engage the state of Arizona, resetting up laws that assist transit programs and protect our transit operators. Any questions on state priorities before I look at our local? Okay. We just have two local priorities. One is a continuation from last year, and that's really codifying transit into the city regional plan and development process. We are right now in process of a collaborative conversation with Metro Plan and city staff on a code study. Mountain Line did go get a grant for Metro Plan to do a transit in code study at the same time that the city was kicking off a similar project. So we are very grateful that Michelle McNulty of the city and others have invited us into a collaborative process with them where they actually will conduct the entire study of codes, not just what the city is working on in codes, but what transit needs out of codes as well. Hopefully we'll have an update on that in the near future, but we have continued to include that in our local priorities. And then we added renew and expand the transit tax within the city of Flagstaff. I don't think that should be a surprise to anyone that we remain focused on what does the 2024 question look like? Should it be on 2024 or should it be on a future ballot to extend from 2030 to 2040 and increase the amount of taxes from 29.5 cents to some amount to yet be determined for both ongoing services as well as expansion. And with that, Vice Chair Beckett, those are all of my priorities for the legislative. I think I'd be happy to answer any questions. Of course, we will be bringing this back for adoption next month, so we are really looking for your input. If you missed something, we'd like to capture it before we come back in November for action.
Yeah, are there any questions or comments regarding the legislative priorities? Okay, sounds like a quiet group this morning. It's okay, we'll go to the next one, number 7, please. Update and 12 to 18 month work plan.
Thank you. So I tried to put slides in here to prevent me from doing all of the talking this time. 12 to 18 month work plan is a part of our 5-year strategic plan. It was first adopted a little over a year ago. And we are seeking your feedback on how we can update it. So the 12 to 18 month work plan are the TAC. The staff design developed to support the plan, the goals and objectives of that plan. So I'm going to walk through the 6 goals with the work plan items, demonstrating what we have completed, what is still pending, and again, seeking your feedback on what are things that you think we should be considering or adding so that we can bring this back for your consideration next month. With that, goal 1 is service excellence, and there are 3 objectives under service excellence. The first is to deliver service enhancements that are in line with our 5-year transit plan. The second is to invest in capital to improve efficiencies and infrastructure to enhance service delivery. The bullets here on this slide are all actually complete at this time. And we will be carrying forward the 2 bullets here, which is construction of our downtown connection center and implementing bus-only lanes as part of the Bulow realignment. I will tell you, I don't know if those are going to be bus-only lanes. We're still having conversations with the city on what that final road development looks like. The bus-only lanes were being developed as part of a realignment of Route 10 services and related to a development in the old EDOT yard that I think is now on hold. So those bus-only lanes may not actually be developed because it just changes and use in that area. The third objective is to develop and improve community partnerships and interagency relationships, and we have not completed any of the tasks, so we will be carrying over our coordinated efforts with NACOG and other transit partners. We have been talking to Navajo and Hopi Transit. I recently spoke with someone at the city of Windsor, so we'll be seeing a meeting about coordinated services coming forward, proposing the code and engineering standard amendments that we just talked about in our local priorities, and then seeking new and updated existing partner agreements to reflect current conditions. So we're working right now with Northern Arizona University and the Flagstaff on amending that agreement that we all have in place as well. So as you think about the three goals under service excellence, which was the delivering service enhancements, investing in capital, and developing and improving community partnerships, I would ask you, what do you want to see added as work plan items for our team? We, of course, will bring back some suggestions, but I wanted to provide this as an opportunity for you to provide us feedback on items that we should be adding or considering. I did highlight and bold some things from the goal statement that I think can help formulate answers to this conversation. Service excellence is convenient and attractive transit, making transit an easy choice, putting clean buses on the road, and maintaining quality facilities. Thinking ahead about how transit should look today and in the future. Any thoughts on work plan items that meet service excellence? Was there a caffeine in the coffee?
Dark roast.
I'll break this down. Conversation.
I know that Mountain's really been struggling with workforce issues like every other agency, business in town. And I know that recently that's impacting some of your service levels, which I think is sort of the core of service excellence. I know cut service is obviously a big challenge. So I know you also have a workforce one, but it feels like somewhere in there really addressing that time between workforce and reliability of the system.
Right. Anything else? Keep rolling.
Well,
That's
I'm stepping out of the attorney, but Chair, if it's appropriate. And number of times I've seen things like this, and you focus on the buses and facilities and planning and track and transit. But what about the employees? You want to have something in service excellence that deals with staff, employees.
And I can only say in the past, we have not, because we have a separate goal about investing in our workforce. I think to Kate's point, it would be good for us to develop a work plan item that ties the two better together, where workforce does impact service excellence. I think if you have a suggestion, I wouldn't know exactly how to better reflect service employees under service excellence, other than the suggestion Kate just did as well.
I just haven't into that. To me, when I take that, what you're referring to is excellent by the employees in customer service to the user of Mountain Lion. I don't know if that's where you're.
I was throwing it out just for them, the board members to see if you wanted to add something. So that's perfect.
Judy.
Chair, the only thing I think might be, we might put something in here regarding safety. I think that's important, you know, like when they're out there driving around, picking up people and, you know, things like that, and so.
Any other comments? Questions? Okay,
Going?
continue.
Okay, I hope this is working for you. Goal 2 is stewardship of resources. We have several objectives under stewardship of resources, which is the exemplary of supporting community goals towards environmental sustainability and maintaining our facilities and equipment to demonstrate the presentation in service excellence and to maximize their useful life. The items on the screen are actually complete. I'm going to remove them. These are the things that we will carry forward. The first is obtaining the sustainability building certification from Coconino County and related to our new facilities. I know the Downtown Connection Center, this has been a goal of everything that we have done in designing that building. And then providing information to staff on how they can support the community through personal choices. So getting at how do employees tie back their own personal activities to stewardship of resources. So those are our only two objectives under stewardship of resources. And so again, similar question. What are work plan items that you think staff should consider when we talk about stewardship of resources in the next 12 months?
What was the reference to this, Coconino County Sustainable Building?
Under the exemplary and supporting community goals, we had put on here that we would obtain the county's sustainability certification for our downtown convention center. So while we are designing facilities, we're always looking to clean and green or LEED certification, if you will. But as a public agency, I don't believe that we are going to be able to extend the cost of getting LEED certification. But that doesn't mean that the elements that need to LEED won't be used as we develop. And we thought the Coconino County's building certification was the right magnitude for our facilities here in this. So that would be carried forward probably on all future as well, because I can't imagine us developing facilities without that now or in. Unless I find this.
That's good.
I just had a quick question. Have you been thinking about renewable energy associated with like the bus, the bus structure, like solar panels? Use that electricity.
Great. We do have renewable energy in the design elements, but I think it would be great caption for this.
Thanks for my time. There's a back here, so if everybody doesn't mind just trying to speak up a little bit when you're, I sitting or word that you said earlier, so that is some trigger back here. So if everybody could just try and speak up a little bit, that would be great. Thank you.
All right. I will keep going. Our third goal is investing in our workplace, a hot topic at Mountain Line at all times. So I'm going to go through the objectives and the things that we've done and the things that we're carrying forward. And again, following the same format, looking for your feedback. I do think some of the suggestions already made can tie back into this. Expand and enhance employee training and development. So these are some things that we have got done this year, part-time training for staff, creating a training program for all staff members, not just drivers. Things that we still need to work on and that are in progress, our succession plan, standard operating procedures, and an outreach plan to staff on development opportunities. Objective 2 is to evaluate operational structure to find efficiencies for service delivery, and objective 3 was to enhance the workplace culture to support employee development. These items here are complete. And the 3 remaining items under workplace culture are rejuvenating our job shadowing program, developing employee engagement plan to ensure that all employees have an opportunity to participate, and developing materials focused on contributions that we make to the community as a whole. So drivers get that entire picture. They don't just serve by driving a bus, they serve because the bus serves the community. So again, investing in our workplace, here's our longer narrative of that goal. With hiring and retaining quality employees being imperative to delivering on our mission. Back to Pete's point, maintaining competitive wages, investment of time and resources into developing a healthy, empowered, and highly skilled workforce. So as you think about those things, as you're ready to invest in the workforce, we have things that you would like to see us include in our 12-18 enforcement.
I think taking the training, so you've developed a training program, but I think assessing its effectiveness has to help with retention. And what are the goals of the training? I mean, kind of doing a post-training assessment, and maybe it has to be, 3 months, 6 months, because sometimes you remember when you first stop training and then you kind of start doing the job, and so maybe do some type of an assessment to ensure that the training program is getting the result.
Any other questions or comments? Look,
And I know you do, great recognition on milestones, but, is there a component to do team building? You know, studies have shown that it's, even though money is important up here, especially because of the cost of living, but just showing the appreciation and building that team environment helps retain employees and improve their, just their job performance. So just making sure we're focusing on that, because it is hard to find and retain a workforce up here. Everybody's suffering from it. So I think the more we can do to focus in on, you know, creating it, it's cheaper to keep them than it is to train them, right? So if there's a special component in there, I'd like to see that, right?
I'd like to add something, just some kind of mentorship, mention of mentorship and like growing your own and kind of building beyond just frontline workers, because when we're talking about this, we're also talking about middle management, we're also talking about leadership. And so how do we develop that so the people on the front lines are moving up in middle management, the people from middle management are eventually moving up into leadership roles. So that way there's that ownership of the organization. Well, and I don't know how to put all that in there in terms of wording or whatnot, but I think that that essence should be reflected on something. Any other questions or comments?
I think there's one more comment. I've seen it in a different discussion in a different agency, but it's something that a lot of companies struggle with when you grow from within and you give them raises to that. A lot of times growing from within, they're not earning as much as if someone comes in from the outside. You know, you're new and you're competitive, and so you're paying in the market rate, and maybe somebody that started down here and they're being scaled. So maybe a review of that periodically to make sure we don't have that differential, because there's a lot of agencies and industries have that complaint that, oh, I've been here for 10 years and my pay's here, and this new person just gets paid, you know, off the street, and they get market and I'm 5% below them. It's always a struggle to keep that balance. So I think it's something we need to put our eyes on.
All right, goal 4 is enhanced safety culture. We only have, I think 3 objectives here. The first slide, develop a holistic safety plan for efficient and proactive management of risk. So we've done a lot of work on this. We do have more work to do, and one is working with County Health and Human Services to train staff on Narcan and presenting updated rider suspension policies. So we internally have had a lot of conversation about removing conflict on the buses, removing our driver from an opportunity for conflict on the buses, and what are rider behaviors that are important to what we do, and what are rider behaviors that we need to not focus so much time and attention on. And I will give you one example is soft-sided cups. Sorry, Supervisor Vasquez, you cannot bring your coffee cup on our bus. You will have to chug it at the bus stop or throw it in our trash. Think about that if you came out of late for the train downtown and you're riding the bus, right? So now we have a conflict. And if you get mad at us about that, we're also going to suspend you and we're going to take your ridership rates. So evaluating those rules to ensure that they're focused on the right things, which is putting the customer first. So we want this to be a pleasant experience on transit, not a hard experience. So working with our operations team on that.
So if that's the case, and you can't take your coffee cup on the bus, how does the rider know that? Like, how do you share that with them? Are there signage? Is there signage?
So that it's in our ride guide. There is signage on the bus. And our drivers are trained to politely inform you about it. And I believe, I'll look to Debbie a little bit, I think the posters in the shelter have rider rules.
They do not, there's too much information already over. So yeah, it's I mean, quite frankly, I'm not allowed to bring this on the bus.
It's not filtered.
It's not filtered. So it's it is a challenge, and it's a hard one, to, equitably administer, because it, this might look okay when I get on one driver, and doesn't look okay to another the next driver, so it's a very sort of subjective, policy that, you 3 times might really not back up, and the next time you don't, then that creates frustration.
So our goal under enhanced safety culture is to ensure that our rules focus on safety behaviors that matter, right? Don't distract the driver. And that our suspension policies support that transit is for everyone. And it's really those behaviors that you have service that have to be there. And so working with our team on kind of altering that focus a bit. If you get on any transit system, you'll see a sign that says no food or drink. I think they come standard on vehicles to be quite honest, but it is different in every transit vehicle I've ever boarded. And the guy that's sitting beneath the sign is happily eating his egg with muffin because he's riding the train to work, right? So finding that right balance. So those are the ongoing issues under enhanced safety culture.
Are drivers involved in that conversation?
They will.
Okay, good.
I cannot tell you if they were or were not. For example, the spoken up rule was set in 2004. That's how old that rule is. And I don't remember if we included drivers, but our goal, Dave and I have talked about, is trying to have the drivers are involved in the conversation. What are the conflicts we need to address? What are the conflicts we need to let go? Do we need you arguing about the border? Or do we need you to let it go, sit down and move on? It's not your personal bank account. You don't have to be offended. And we're trying to change the focus to customer service first versus policing. Other things under enhanced safety culture or manage transportation facilities and amenities to support a safe environment. So all of these items on the screen are complete, and that really means that as we design and construct things, we are ensuring that safety is the first element that we are considering in those, and that will continue to be true. Things that we still need to do include updating what we call working conditions in our job descriptions. It's been a long time since we looked at job descriptions to make sure that they reflect the actual safety concerns that an employee may have in those jobs. We feel like employees and clients should know what those exposures might be, and so we're working on updating those. And then we're reviewing and improving existing procedures throughout the work plan. And the last one is utilizing available and emergent technology to enhance existing and future fleet optimization. So we continue to look at when does software help? When do cameras help? Are the cameras in the right place? Do we have an app that allows a rider to report a safety concern to us and or the police? All of those things. How does technology make our riders feel safer and make the riders have a better experience? The items on the screen are actually complete, and the one we will continue working on is that assessment of our existing plexiglass door. If you'll remember back to 2020 when we, like everyone else, rushed to put a barrier around our drivers, our mechanic team developed a solution. It works. It is noisy, it is cumbersome, but it works. And our 2 newest vehicles delivered from the manufacturer include the door. And it has things like built-in fans and windows that open. And so we will be evaluating whether we want to go ahead and make that investment to swap out doors to improve again the driver's experience while they're on the bus, but really maintaining that plexiglass barrier that is a safety element. So with some of those examples in mind, I would again ask if there are things that you think we need to look at as a transit agent. Are you familiar with conversations in our community or in the headlines of the paper that you think Mountain Line should assess or put in our 12-18 plan? It is about enhancing our culture of safety, both for our staff, our riders, and the public.
Let me see what you said about cameras. Because cameras are always a good backup when we have a complaint and we see it, we can go back and view it. It also helps behavior. And so I wasn't quite sure if you said it's in there or if it's an option, but I think that is a really good option to put in. On our buses, just for the safety of the driver and the protection of someone who makes a complaint about them. That they have a backup, so he said, she said.
So we do have safety cameras in our vehicles. We used to have 6, we now have 8. So we continue looking at where all should the cameras be. So initially it was one inside and a couple outside. Nope, that didn't work. So we now have multiple inside and multiple outside, and we do use them. We have live view. So if the driver hit a panic button, we can turn on the camera system and see what's going on inside the vehicle. But continuing to monitor changes in camera technology is an important part of that safety element. The cameras are only 4 years old. And can I tell you how much better the cameras are today than they were 4 years ago? Those are significant investments, and it's about ensuring that we're, if you will, creating some future proofing as we make these decisions. But to your question, we do have cameras, and the assessment of those types of solutions continue to.
I have a question on the cameras. Do they record audio for those kind of situations with the driver? And you know exactly what they are.
And we've used them to investigate complaints, we've used them to investigate accidents, we've used them to prove that someone was not on the vehicle during an accident. We've used them to prove that we were where we were supposed to be and not in the middle of the road, which is what we were, and we, the camera have paid off in different.
Yes, time to the customer service as well. You know, it from a positive standpoint, I mean, you know, we are some of our trainers will go in and do some random viewing of, you know, looking at driver behavior and things like that for safety, but also for, you know, we pull some really random, great customer service examples. And on the flip side, you know, if when we get a customer service complaint, oftentimes we show it to the driver, it's like they didn't remember that way, and they're like, oh God, I did that. I actually did it that way, and you know, it's very eye-opening to be able to see it. And see your behavior on camera. So it's not all negative, we definitely try and use it for the positive, but it really does follow that customer service side of things.
And that 100 club, the 100 club that we recently introduced, all of those unobserved follow-alongs, meaning the driver doesn't know we're following them along, between it, camera system. So we are using it in a positive way to look at and reward people who are doing the job very well, as well as to create an opportunity for mentoring, coaching, and for training when there are problems. To the point made earlier, and made it of checking in 3 and 6 months after our training program. This is something we're using the cameras to do to see, are they doing what we taught them, or do we need to provide them? So the cameras are infallible.
Yeah, so in this section, I am curious what training looks like for staff and the drivers in regards to de-escalation techniques. Understanding human behavior, and coming from a trauma-informed and people first moments.
I will add that it is something we're working on, specifically. And so it's more.
Yes, Supervisor Brigade.
The other thing I was thinking about, you said training for staff in the areas of how to deal with disabled disability. In the case of emergency, and how they're going to fit that person out.
Any other comments?
All right, the next one is goal 5, community engagement. With only, I think, the 2 objectives here, which is really encouraging active participation from a supportive network of stakeholders. Everyone in this room under that statement, and increase the community's awareness of Mountain's value to the community. And so this we do through a lot being present, for providing presentations to groups, being at events like Science in the Park, and really creating robust projects. Input mechanisms, so the amount of public input on the downtown connection center, we've been looking at and doing parts, and probably more to come as we develop our maintenance facility, etc. Some items that we have ongoing is really the strategy for encouraging influential stakeholders to get on the bus. We're working right now on an internal solution so that we ourselves can start tracking and create some fun ways to look at how we use the bus and provide feedback to our team who plan and operate services, but we're looking ways to reach out to community members, elected leadership, et cetera. I know we talked about our EcoPass program. If you want people to use their EcoPass, guess who has to get on the bus first? The leadership who bought the EcoPass program. And so how do we make strides in those relationships? And engaging community leaders in our public messaging around our contribution to the community. We've made a good progress there, but there's still work to be done, and people have open houses around the 2024 ballot, maybe. And so again, how do we get our community involved? And then developing a plan to educate the community around the 2024 ballot, specifically the education. So if you have feedback for us on things that we should include, whether it's the items that I have indicated we're still working on or other ideas, this would be a great time to share. I appreciate all.
Any comments, any questions? So when I look at that and I read that, and I think about the broad community support, the folks around the table, right? And we know that we have the writers. What are we doing to reach out or engage the non-writers and actually get them to be thinking about us as an option? Yeah, I know some of our development in our community is making that not feasible for some folks, and so we can actually expand out there, but how are we reaching out to them to get Mountain Lion on their radar screen? Any comments, questions? Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I was looking at the goals and how they interact with each other, one suggestion that we're talking about spill-proof containers, and then we talked about getting the community informed and also being influential leaders to ride the bus. In my mind, I can envision a world where we have these promotional spill-proof containers where our influential leaders utilize that time and pass out some free spill-proof containers to the members of the community, especially those who might come on, like myself, with a soft cup. But also using that megaphone to get the word out to the community, but also show those leaders out in the community riding the bus. And I think that those, just kind of overlap and take some of the goals and put them together, but coming up with ways like that to get the word out, I think would be helpful.
Thank you, Chris. That just made me think about your marketing and advertising. What does that look like in communities to engage with all platforms? The radio, the newspapers, flyers, people that don't have access to the internet. Just thinking about all of those things in regards to marketing and advertising. And then I saw in the previous slide, engaging in a minimum of 10 community events each year, utilizing our platform, the leaders to attend those events, to give out those spill-proof cups, and then using the marketing side to capture all of that, and then displaying that to the community.
Any other comment? I was just gonna add the thing that occurs to me is that we know when it's shared frequency of a bus coming, right? How long are we gonna wait at the bus stop? Something that's implicit but not explicit is maybe how long does it take the bus from one side of town to the other? Because if I don't ride the bus and I don't know that, I'm thinking, oh, it's gonna take me like an hour to get across town. I don't have an hour, and so maybe there's some of those barriers where if we were to share, bus is there every 20 minutes, and it would take you 20 minutes to get to your destination on the other side of town. Maybe that loosens people's up, opens up their mind a little bit.
Sometimes we assume everyone knows what we. So the last goal, is fiscal responsibilities, all about our financial strengths. Our objectives here are to ensure a sustainable financial future and to diversify our funding. All of the items on the screen are actually considered complete. We do have an ongoing need regarding legal costs, which I alluded to in the last conversation as well. Jack and I have been reviewing some suggestions and ideas from Coconino County, Amanda Jefferson, I don't want to get them. Sent us some ideas for he wants to kind of step up and promote legal costs to Coconino County. We'd like to work with city staff to replicate their team members. NAU uses this program. Our number one is there. But they have a disincentive NAU that doesn't exist in other places, in other governments. And usually that's how moving people out of their cars into the bus works, right? Is to have those incentives. So, but there are ways that I think we can talk about what is meaningful to riders, to people in all of these EcoPass agencies and create targeted messages. So we will continue working on how to be engaged with the city and our other community partners. Using the EcoPass as an alternative to your car and to your plane. Supervisor asked us that how long does it actually take is an important part of that consideration. And at Mountain Lion, we've adopted policy that allows staff to ride the bus as part of their workday. So now not only do you have to drive to work to be here by 8 o'clock, you can actually catch that 7:50 bus and you just walk into work. You're checking email, you're doing stuff that we ask of you while you're riding the bus, etc. And you can part of the workday. So it's programs like that, I think, that help me that role when we talk about.
And you had a question, I had one point.
Just 2 comments really. Are we, do we market to other businesses? I know the city has signs all over the restrooms to say, right? You know, the bus for free, you know, just get a pass. They have a captured audience, but are we reaching out to other businesses that might want to buy bus passes to their employees? And then also, Councilmember Sweet and I, and Heather have discussed this. We have a huge amount of construction coming up next year that's going to make getting downtown unimaginably worse than it is right now. And so we've been talking about how to market that to maybe have a different pickup and get people to say, you know, I can get downtown, but having to have a bus service there, that gets them used to it during that period of time. A different experience, maybe just a one-off to say during this construction period, and that we have it. Where people are like, oh, you know what, it wasn't that bad when it was using it during all this nightmare construction. They have jokingly said we're going to be referred to as the orange cone city, which is scary in itself, but getting ahead of it and maybe doing that to promote ridership could be a benefit to Mountain Lion.
Put our heads around. So fiscal responsibility, so we talked about the EcoPass. Diversifying funding to reduce dependency on federal funding. I have to be honest, I've had a conversation with the city about this specific objective from prior years, and I don't know that it's worded correctly based on online expectations. Is it really to reduce our dependency on federal funding or to create resiliency in our local? And so we may be coming back in future years to update this objective, but for now, we have some work that we have identified that I still think is important to do, and expanding Mountain Lion's revenue sources. And so all of the work plan items under these objectives are complete. Many of them are already in progress. Identifying new and expanded revenue sources to fund expansion of growth. We're all very aware of some efforts around that in recent years. We will continue to look at what are ways to partner with businesses to expand transit services when the transit tax doesn't have the capacity, whether it's new business goes in somewhere or an existing business would like improved service. There's many of those models around the United States, developing options to replace fares. This was a big topic recently, right? And we still have it on our work plan to figure out if we can replace our fares and go to a zero fare program. The fares are one of the number one conflicts for drivers in the bus. And part of that was implementation of a pilot program for people and college students, all basically been put on hold while we continue this conversation about when are we going on the ballot and the concerns about the ballot question and going zero fare at the same time. Obviously, the goal would be to replace them with some other funding source rather than ask the taxpayers to do that out of our system. And then expanding revenue sources, research and development, implementation plan in coordination with the creative local match plan. So it's a project that Metro Plan is doing now, which is really designed to help identify all the different funding sources that could be used to ensure that our federal funds stay in our community for our transportation related programs, and that's beyond transit specifically. And then coordinate and develop an implementation plan with state transit for long-term state. So this is saying, hey, that legislative priority work, we've got transit funding, let's figure out how to make that a long-term system of program. So with that, I will just pause one last time to see if you have any thoughts on work plan items related to fiscal responsibility outside of the ones that I reviewed, or if you'd like to extend on any of those.
Question. So tempted to go to old teacher voice and you start looking people. But just warning you, if it gets stays too quiet, I might go there. Please continue.
All right, well, that was actually everything that I had. And so really the next steps is for us to take your feedback today. And to take some feedback staff has been working on. So each of these goals is assigned to a different staff member to really work with team members to develop our work plan items. And that is still in progress. We hope to actually have more of it done today, but I wanted to turn it into a conversation for all of you to participate. I think you've given us a lot of information and ideas that we'll formulate back into work plan items and bring back to you for consideration in November. That's everything that I have related to my work.
Thank you. Let's see. Now we're moving on to a bus stop discussion, and do know.
Want to take a break?
Oh, sure. Just take a break on your. Thank you, gentlemen. I forgot we were gonna get there, how long, 10 minutes?
I'll take a 10-minute break, get up, walk around, get your clothes on, maybe find some work.
Sunlight behind them, I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird.
Well,
Yeah.
but just because
Very.
your eyes are trying to get a bright light and they're trying to adjust.
I know,
Like a
my eyes
camera.
feel like they're,
Yeah.
you know, a little bit, yeah.
Camera trying to focus.
Yeah, against the sun.
Yeah, the light.
Yeah. Sorry. It's the location.
It's unique.
Yep.
Give Jamie that feedback, just.
No, because if they could put another shade on the door. Yeah.
Darker tan.
Yeah. Hey, Michelle. How are you doing? Good, thanks. How are you?
Leave a little early
Okay.
for another meeting. Like somebody else I thought was in the meeting for an it's more like 7:30.
Well, we're gonna get started on the bus stop discussion, but like they have a whole presentation. And then I know there's some activity after. Yeah. Carlton's here.
Yeah, exactly. Carlton was plans, it's been bad.
So,
I'm not spreading it.
okay,
I mean, I'm tested.
yeah,
But
yeah,
I knew, I knew it needs to be.
yeah, so I don't know what else to do. I'm sorry.
You know, me too. Yeah, I had it all figured out and then the first one said like that. No.
Thanks for that.
Yep.
The heat of the day, that's why I wanted to try.
Question?
I forgot to start this, so I guess. Let's give it first. I don't think it's worth it now,
Yeah.
so.
This goes. In a live stream, for some reason, I was asking for multi-pack for the,
Was that why you had to start it late?
yeah,
But it was already recording like, the,
Zoom.
yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
so we have that,
Yes,
the live stream. Picked
be a
up
little short.
right after the food.
Oh, yeah. So you want a snack?
Oh, I go grab.
Yeah.
So you stretch too.
I mean, you're very nice. Yeah. Trust me, it really Yeah. Yes. Like literally, and everyone was.
Oh.
I'm not. Like, at the 10. How long is it? It was, I. And I was, oh god, I think I got a photo.
How was your drive up?
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
There's a possibility we might move us at some point, either here or to the city.
Nice.
It's always a pull because we have a lot of friends in Flagstaff. We have a lot in the city.
Yep.
My daughter wants to go to NAU.
Ah,
We'll see.
Go Lumberjacks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm an ASU person myself.
Oh, gotcha.
My
We'll
goddaughter
forgive you.
graduated with a degree
Oh, I'm an ASU.
here at NAU.
Oh.
It's a great town. So.
Is, yeah.
yeah. I came up to NAU and never left.
Sorry.
I came up to NAU and never left.
Oh, wow.
Actually, same. Yeah.
I was only in Phoenix for high school. That was it. Because we moved to Arizona and then
I like your ties.
I
better.
moved out.
Thank you. Don't get to wear them much.
Once a year.
Yeah.
Well, I have my bus tie, but I've worn that a couple of times.
Yeah,
So I thought,
yeah.
okay, I need something different.
That's appropriate.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I actually live like kind of in a frat room. I already got people out of out. In fact, I didn't. I know, 5 minutes.
Oh, you're welcome. That's good, huh? Estella. Or, and
Thank you everyone for your patience. We had a good quick break, stretch the legs some. Are we ready for our next discussion about the bus stop? Hand it over to you. And then,
Good morning, everyone. I'm Stella Hollander, I'm mobility planner with Mountain Line. And myself and Ann Deno, our capital development manager, will be co-presenting this next agenda item. So for the next hour or so, we'll be talking about bus stops. Feel free at least during my presentation, raise your hand if you have any questions, you can just interrupt me throughout the presentation. All right, so hopefully some of you can see this is not Flagstaff, but this gentleman over on the side is actually waiting for a bus. So quick question, you all feel free to just put out some different answers, but what's wrong with this image? What's wrong with this bus stop? Not safe, no stop, no stop, there's a sign.
no
No
shade.
shade, no shelter, no seat, no seat. Observation, yeah, it looks quite like a busy road.
They do have bus lane though.
Yeah. Yeah, I think everything is there's a bus lane, so bus lane.
Is the sidewalk behind the wall?
I'm not sure. But I think so, it seems to be, but that's another good question, like, how did this person access the bus stop? Did they have to climb over this wall? Definitely, so, yeah, kind of good to think about what are some bad examples, like this is not Flagstaff, but this is not uncommon throughout the US. So for the agenda item, the first two bullets I'll be presenting, we're gonna review Mountain Line's transit guidelines, which was a previous document that was adopted in 2019, where we'll be talking about also some bus stop priorities. Next is also talking about the Flagstaff in Motion, which was our recently adopted 5-year plan, talking about the bus stops through that planning process. And then Ann will go through more like the implementations, some of the considerations and costs of implementing a bus stop, as well as the development of an acquisition policy for easements. So transit guidelines, some of you may have been involved in the development of this plan, but it was adopted in 2019. And I like to think of it as like Mountain Line 101, but provides some guidelines in terms of where we should put bus stops, what types of amenities should these bus stops be, and really provides kind of a lens for a developer as well, like why transit could benefit a development, and talks about some of those partnership opportunities as well. So we'll be kind of diving a bit further in this document, focusing on the bus stop components. So the 4 different points are going to be access. So access to bus stops. We'll go through bus stop generators. So when should we have a bus stop spacing, as well as the amenities. So first is access to the system. Maybe it's obvious, but a bus stop provides kind of a safe place to get on and off a bus stop. So it really provides kind of a designated space, especially for you're not familiar with the system. It provides kind of some awareness for the rider, knowing, okay, this is where I board the bus. If I wait here long enough, a bus will come. And then as well as access to information. Our shelters, they tend to have the maps where it provides information on like the schedule, information, how much it costs. So it would be a good place to, as kind of an entry to our system, or kind of a gateway to our system in terms of information. These 2 images, so the one on the left is actually, it's a real image of on NAU's campus, Route 10. This was pre-COVID, but this is still similar to today, where it can get packed around a bus stop for students boarding the bus. And then the other one was from a travel training that we did with some students. There's also Andy Bertelson's kid, and he's not here to with the red shirt, Andy Bertelson's kid, but we're all. So access from the road network perspective, which I know some of these images might be difficult to see, but the one on the left is kind of in theory, if you can kind of see some of those lines, so basically trying to get from point A to B, based on the road network, kind of you have to go around to access the destination you're trying to get to. And that's based on the road network. So things like cul-de-sacs, dead ends, that just makes it harder for a pedestrian. So kind of having to look around ends up being, according to this image, 0.8 miles compared to the bottom image where it's just a direct line, which is 0.2 miles. So again, shorter distance makes it more convenient, kind of easier to access the bus stop, more attractive from that rider perspective. And then the image on the right, this is actually in Flagstaff. This is the Country Club Estates neighborhood, where we do have Route 3, the green route, serving this area, and kind of the darker blue areas is the walk shed based on the road networks and not as it crow flies. So it's quarter mile, and then the lighter blue is half mile. But as you can see, I mean, again, looking at a map, you think, oh, I'm not too far from a bus stop, but then actually, based on the road network, it can be very challenging to access the nearby transit. So this is really important, and this comes into play right in the beginning of a development, like with the road platting, and when the roads are being identified with new developments, especially as like we get some new roadways, like the extension of John Wesley Powell, and these new developments start sparking up. It's important that the platting and the road development is walkable and transit friendly, which tends to be more of the grid-like network. So like downtown, as well as the Sunnyside neighborhood, those types of grid-like patterns, even on like Highway 180, even though it may be challenging to cross Highway 180, but having it somewhat close to the main road where it's not these kind of sprawling neighborhoods, that again, it's not very transit, not conducive to transit. So getting a little bit narrower into the actual developments. The image all the way on the left, and again, maybe harder to see in the back, but it essentially shows the buildings not having to navigate through a parking lot to access the transit. The place we're at right now is kind of a good example to access the nearby transit on 66. There's not a designated path. You have to maneuver around the cars. It can be especially challenging if you are in like a mobility device or have any sort of mobility limitations. The middle image is a little bit better, meaning there's at least a designated path to get to the bus stop. And then the good example is really like forward-facing buildings that is really close to transit. It's easy to access the business that you're trying to get to. So this is a bird's eye view of, we have Red Lobster as well as Olive Garden and San Beulah Boulevard. So the circle is the bus stop. So just an example of trying to navigate the space as a pedestrian or as a transit rider can be quite difficult, especially if there's cars in all the parking spaces. Just even see where the bus stop might be can sometimes be challenging. So this would be a poor example. And then good access. These are two examples. So one is on Route 10, Forest Meadow Apartments, where you can see there's a direct sidewalk that's accessing the bus stop. And then the other image is the Standard, which is somewhat of a newer high occupancy housing on West Route 66, where we actually have, the bus stop is right in front of the development, very easy to access from that pedestrian. This is actually a great partnership that we had with the development, where they really wanted transit, and so they actually paid for the pad as well as the shelter itself. So this is really where kind of the developer and transit were able to make a really great partnership and have some great transit access as well. So going into bus stop generators, so the question for you all, what type of developments or land uses would generate the need for a bus stop? And feel free to just rapid fire.
Office building.
Office building, definitely. Yeah,
Housing like apartments.
apartments, definitely, more density.
The retail development.
City retail dollars. Yeah. Definitely, yeah, kind of attractors that people want to get to. School. School service access, definitely, yeah. Yeah, so these are things, so high density housing was mentioned, definitely like hospital, medical care, schools, that's an image of Basis, which is one of the charter schools where they don't have the yellow school bus system, senior center. So there's many other reasons, but definitely, yeah, thinking about where people need to try to get to, especially maybe some attractors that are potentially like places where maybe people with like low income or minority populations or people with disabilities who may not always be able to drive or have access to a car, may want to try to get to. So bus stop spacing, it's really a fine balance between making it convenient for the rider, but, and then the kind of efficiency versus, providing that access to businesses. So, obviously, as a rider, the bus is stopping every, 100 feet. That's not efficient from the transit perspective. It's also not very enjoyable as a rider. But then, on the other side of the spectrum, if they're really far apart, it's not very conducive. It's hard then to walk to maybe the places you're trying to get to. If it's too far apart, as a pedestrian, can be very challenging. So, Mountain Line prefers bus stops every quarter mile. That's kind of a high level guideline that we have. But there are other factors as to when we would want maybe quarter mile, when maybe quarter mile is not appropriate. So a few of those are like existing routes. There might be a place on a roadway where maybe two routes are on the same road, where actually by adding a bus stop, you can create some transfer opportunities. So you can transfer from one route to another. Demographics, again, kind of tends to be sort of either low income, minority population, senior housing. Those types of demographics tend to generate more transit ridership. Land use, so as mentioned, yeah, high density housing, different mixed use developments, that's where a bus stop is appropriate. Obviously, if a bus is going to like a field or an area where there's low density and where there's not places where maybe we need to go, we wouldn't want to put a bus stop there. Walk shed is important. Again, we around a quarter mile to a half mile is kind of based on best practices, the amount of length that people would be willing to walk to get to the bus stop. So accessibility, access to our system. Route timing is something that's not always thought of with bus stops, but we like to keep, obviously our buses are on time. We want a reliable and convenient and dependable system. So if, let's say, the whole round trip takes an hour, so meaning the whole route time is an hour, every time you add a bus stop, it can add another minute or two. So depending on, the number of bus stops you add, that can affect the route timing, which could affect the frequency of the route as well. So it's something to think about when adding bus stops. Stop location specific. So that could be if it's a very challenging area to add a bus stop, whether that's due to the right of way or mostly sometimes right of way or the constructability of an area. That might determine if we have a bus stop or not, and then right of way limitations and then safety. There are sometimes places where maybe we would like a bus stop, but potentially based on like the way the road configurations do, like sight distance and that kind of thing, it could be that it's not safe to have a bus stop, so we wouldn't have one there. So Mountain Line, so part of the transit guidelines, there is a printout as well of this. I know it's challenging to see, but we developed a scoring criteria for the amenities. So this is kind of determining like why don't we have shelters everywhere, and determining the appropriate level of amenity. So again, it's just kind of a guideline that helps determine, but it's based on a number of points. So you get more points, like if it's higher ridership, more points if it's higher density land uses, if it's near youth, senior, disabled, and low income populations, if it's in an activity center based on the regional plan, community spaces and cultural centers along our permanent transit network, which derived from our 5-year plan in 2017, and then high exposure to elements. So if it's maybe if there's no parkway or kind of that landscape space between the sidewalk and the building, if it's high traffic speed. So this has really helped staff determine, again, so it's not so subjective between, oh, let's put a shelter here or not. It provides somewhat of a guideline to be a little bit more objective and help with our decision making on what type of amenities. So these are bus stop types. So first is a sign stop, which basically is like no improvement. It's just a sign in the ground. Type 2 is a logo or a bench. So we have this logo, which also has a light, and then sometimes it could also just be a bench. And then type 3, which is our shelter, which is kind of like our little house, has shade, has covering. Also, often we'll have a trash can and bike parking as well. So signs, again, these tend to be for places that are lower ridership, maybe more rural and suburban areas. Logo or bench tends to be more medium ridership, kind of more suburban areas. And then type 3 is more of our higher ridership. or at maybe your activity centers or along that permanent transit network. So staff, we basically put all of our existing amenities, which majority of our system, or pretty much all of it, was developed prior to this 2019 guideline. So we were trying to kind of double check, are these guidelines correct, and see if we need to adjust them. But we put a total of all of our bus stops, which is 169, through this scoring criteria. And only 42, about 25%. Warranted amenity upgrades, again, according to the scoring criteria. 29 of those are sign stops, which is about 68% of the sign stops in our system. 13 are logo stops, which is about 30% of the logo stops in our system. And so just for the bus stop upgrade, so just for like the infrastructure, so like the shelter itself, if we did upgrade all those 42 stops, it'd be about 1.6 million. And we'll go into more details about the cost of implementing a bus stop, but this does not include like design work, or if we need to add like a retention wall or anything like that, any sort of engineering. This is really just for the infrastructure upgrade, or the shelter upgrade, or the bench or the logo stop. And so later this afternoon, after you're full of mac and cheese and everything, we'll be playing a bus stop priority game. We'll actually be focusing on the sign stops and prioritizing based on importance. And so the reason we're only focusing on sign stops is, one, to make it a bit of a manageable amount of of bus stops to prioritize, but two, we feel like those are the most in need because those have no amenities. It's really just like kind of sign on the ground. So we're focusing on those later this afternoon. So moving on to Flagstaff in Motion, I think pretty much all of you were here throughout the development of this plan. This was adopted in 2023 and basically provides a roadmap for the next 5 years of transit service. So focuses on our existing system of any improvements as well as expansion. So where we want to expand routes within kind of the next 5 years. Also, if Mountain Line does get additional funding, provides kind of a prioritized list of our main needs and where we'd like to expand services in the future. And so bus stops is a big part of that. So as I mentioned, this kind of balance between convenience of from a rider perspective of trying to access things compared to the efficiency of the bus and making sure we don't have too many stops. We do have a few bus stop infill that's identified in Flagstaff in Motion, which this is to help fill that quarter-mile gap to just make it a little bit more accessible to the system and make sure we provide more access to certain neighborhoods and certain businesses. So all of these black dots on the map are new bus stops on our existing route. So basically infill bus stops. I've highlighted a few, so the ones kind of on the bottom, that's 4 and 14. We're actually in motion to hopefully develop with, and this we went through through the development process with the city. So this is Juniper Estates Townhomes. I think it's on the Masonic and Zuni and kind of Lone Tree. So they've submitted the request through the city's design process, and we're able to add bus stops through that development. They really saw the value of adding transit to their development and wanted a bus stop there. The other bus stops, the two that are kind of close together, that is on the Butler and 4th Street project that the city's working on through their corridor plan. So we'll be adding bus stops near the intersection of Butler and 4th Street, as well as Peak View, which is near some senior housing. And then a little bit more to the right is new bus stops we just added on Huntington and Grant Street, which is near the Lantern, which is a new development that was bought by Flagstaff Shelter Services. It was an old Motel 6. They're turning that into transitional housing, and so we're able to add bus stops there, which again are already identified in our 5-year plan to help that infill. So kind of like a win-win that we're able to serve these new developments, but also help with that transit access in the system. Also, kind of another area that's in Flagstaff in Motion in terms of expansion is Route 8. So this here is on kind of the west side of town. It goes on the expansion, which is in yellow, is West Route 66. And Metro Plan is working on an operational analysis of this plan, so we are coordinating with that planning process to make sure that is being incorporated. But anytime when you're adding bus stops, obviously crossings are important, especially on a major corridor, so that will be part of this planning process. This is also on an ADOT right of way, which can sometimes add just other sometimes complications or challenges in terms of adding bus pullouts and things like that. So that will be all part of that planning process. But again, crossings are very important, especially like with Railroad. If you live in Railroad Springs and are trying to get downtown, you're gonna have to cross the road in order to, access the bus stop on the other side to go downtown. So but again, we'll be working, coordinating with Metro Plan on that.
Is there a stop on, could they board on that side and just ride the rest of the loop and then come around? I'm just asking, like, from a safety perspective,
Definitely.
that is not a great place to cross.
Correct, and so that is an option, again, not from like, you're just riding the bus for longer, but you could essentially, hop on and then finish the route. Yeah. Yeah.
So, adding infill, adding extra stops on current routes, that's going to lengthen the timing from point A to point B. So at what point does it trigger having two buses on that route, staggered? I know my tenants get on Lake Mary and one was working up by Buffalo Park, it would take her 15 minutes. And so adding that extra stop to that new apartment building would then make it over an hour. So is that in the plan to now say, okay, if we add X amount of time with these additional infill stops, do we have to add another bus right behind it? And like the airport, when you've got your parking bus, you got to park every 10 minutes.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I would say when it's just like one stop, or I guess two, meaning a buddy stop, but one stop, it's not a huge factor, and I think it will be something we'll be monitoring. If it's a lower ridership stop, it doesn't impact the timing too much. Obviously, if it's a major, like for example, with on NAU, where it takes a long time for the bus to board because people are students are being like shoved in the bus, and that it causes more, it's called like dwell time or longer time that it's waiting. So I would say that these handful of stops, it's not a major issue, but if we were to add more, it's kind of something that we'll just have to keep monitoring. I will say it's kind of hard to see here, but the new Lantern stops, which is Route 7, that route is already kind of having some on-time performance challenges, and so it is something we're looking a bit more into in terms of by adding these new stops, has that increased the delay further and kind of checking that ridership. Right now, the Lantern, so this is that transitional housing development that hasn't opened yet, hopefully should be open in the next month or two. And so again, we'll have to monitor based on that new development. Is that delaying the bus further and causing more on-time performance? So okay, so moving a little bit into some successful partnerships. So again, a lot of this came through the city's development process. So in case you're not aware, we're getting a Whataburger in Flagstaff. So I know. Next fall. So this is on Milton Road and Plaza. It was a little gas station, and so we have a bus stop currently at the Taco Bell. It's a high ridership stop. We've been wanting to put a shelter, but just due to right of way challenges, as well as I think kind of getting that partnership with the business owner, we have not been able to upgrade that stop. So we will be moving this stop slightly to be able to put a shelter at the Whataburger. They were really amenable to having a shelter. Again, I really find the value of kind of that win-win, that people, maybe they miss the bus and then they go and get a burger and we're there. KFC, we're also getting a KFC.
I've tracked Williams with my husband.
So this is not that far from this location. It's on Fanning River direction. That is more east of here. We currently have a tacos, our current stop is at the Tacos Los Altos, which is pictured here. This was shot around 10 a.m. and it was actually quite busy. There was quite a bit of activity happening. So it's definitely a popular stop. As you can see in this picture, it's just a sign in the ground. People are often sitting on the curb. So we've been, again, wanting to put a shelter there, but just have not been able to. So we're just moving the bus stop slightly to be able to shelter, which is great. Both of these top two, so KFC and Whataburger, again, they're still in the development. So I'm not gonna say it's looking smooth, but you know, things can still happen, but so far it's looking smooth. Yeah.
None of those spots would have needed a rezoning or anything. What was your mechanism? Just ask, you got it?
Yes, so and I'll go a little bit more into some of these challenges, but yeah, there's no requirements to add a bus stop from the development perspective. It's really out of the goodwill for developers. So yeah, we just asked them. And then luckily, again, it's kind of the developer saw that benefit, and so then they were able to make space through their site plan. And so we will be getting a transit easement as well for the bus stop. Any other questions? Okay. And then lastly is this Juniper Estates. That was the one I mentioned, Zuni and Masonic. So we were again able to add two, and it's buddy. When I say two, it's just a buddy stop. So it's one set of bus stops near that development, which closes the transit gap. Another successful partnership, a little bit outside the box than what I presented, but this is at the Museum of Northern Arizona. It's kind of a fun one where really incorporating artwork in transit. And so the museum actually paid for all the custom features, so the different panels. So that's all paid from them. And if you ever need to replace that, they'll also be paid for the replacement. So we provided the frame and then all those custom additions. They're paying for that. So this one is I personally really like it. Because it's not so custom where you can't recognize as a mountain lion shelter, but then again, kind of brings in some local art as well. So funding opportunities. So I mentioned that 1.6 number. If we wanted to, and we're able to upgrade all these stops. So some opportunities to maybe fund this. One is through competitive grants. So FTA, Federal Transit Administration. They do a bus facilities program, which we typically apply for this grant. We recently received an award for a maintenance facility. So basically it covers any sort of bus and bus facilities, like the title says. Transportation alternatives program. This is from the Department of Transportation. They also would fund some transit facilities, and the RAISE, which is a discretionary grant program, that also could be feasible as well for this. Congressionally directed spending or earmarks. So this goes through the budgetary process where you do submit projects and then they have to get approved through the budget, through the federal budget. Mountain Lion actually did apply last year for kind of a bus stop package for some expansion of stops. And they were endorsed by the senators, actually made one round where they were in there, and then unfortunately did not make kind of the final cut. However, we have been encouraged to reapply. And Mountain Lion does plan to reapply that, and they usually come out early spring. So we'll be putting together a package, and maybe that package will slightly change depending on the outcomes of today. We'll see. And that is the end of my presentation. I'm gonna switch it over to Anne, but let me first see if there's any questions on. Okay, well, Anne down now. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, partnership at the state of Northern Arizona. Artists in the eye of people, or but I think that's great. I think it's awesome. And so, are there additional opportunities for things like that? And is that something that's desired in the transit community or frowned upon? But it was a great partnership. It looks great in my opinion, and is there opportunities for more of that to happen in the community?
Yeah, I think it all depends on if the developer or whoever the business owner, wants that and would, again, partner with us for that. And I don't believe we seek that out with the museum. Did they come to us?
It's a foundation. We were approached by the museum director at the time, and really it just worked out. We were doing our bus stop mobility improvement project at that time and putting in a new shelter. I don't know, remember, it used to be a sign stop there. So as part of that project, it's just an opportunity all came together and, they brought in the Native American artists that developed that wonderful pattern, and then our shelter vendor, who's super talented, was able to take that wonderful drawing and do all those crazy cutouts and work, develop that, fantastic color panel, but then keep it sort of integrated to our current shelter design, so kind of like the Stella said, it's blended. And then we do have a maintenance agreement, so we will work, and we stay in contact with them and kind of monitor how it's going. But yeah, I think we would welcome, opportunities to, we do have like requirements, definitely it's more about, the balance the advertising aspect, right? But we tend to work on different stops, and we've had some lessons learned in the process that will help us in the future, so.
Yeah, there's certainly, this one is, obviously, more art-based, which I think is, works within, the guidelines of the city's off premise advertising. Band's not the right word, but, or for lack of a better term, we'll call that, our shelters are sort of a gray area in that, we have, always erred on the side of caution with it, and we do not allow any advertising at our, shelter, we only put our own information in our shelters. So I think we would have to balance anything that came through, with, it could, like, if it's out in front of the Whataburger, it probably wouldn't be a giant hamburger. For instance, it could be storming thing, but, that might push us out of that gray area, into more black and white, but. So then that's where it, would be the one challenge we have.
And we have the amount lying around town, it just seems like it's the type of project that makes our community for beautification and even for ourselves and our visitors, it's lifestyle. And that's important.
If I can just add a couple of different things we've looked at over the years. So if you've been in Flagstaff for a while, you think back, you can probably recall shelters that all look different. We had one that had spokes and wheels and turrets, for lack of better words, arrowhead, that looked nothing like any of the other shelters in town. And it's because some organization sponsored that bus stop. But in their sponsorship, they bought it and put it on that site. We had Safeway years and years ago, when we went to University Plaza, we had stops that were put in there, shelter improvements put in by Safeway. Again, looked nothing like anything else on the system. When I started, we had a stop that had a plaque on it said sponsored by, and it had the name of the agency that had put the shelter in it. So I think it's that balance of, is it advertising or is it recognizing who sponsored it? I think overarching, we want to be careful that we don't end up, maybe you love Scottsdale's bus stops, I don't, where every stop looks different, and you're like, is that the city bus stop? Or is that artwork? Love that they incorporated that, but then it doesn't reflect the transit system and its identity. And I know from my perspective, when we started putting shelters up everywhere, I know I had people coming to me saying, I didn't know your bus went there. And so the shelters have become part of our identity. I love the incorporation of what we did with Museum of Northern Arizona. I think there's lots of those opportunities, just some different things over the years that haven't worked that I would suggest we learn lessons from, and the word that I think outline is always open to the opportunity to work with the local business to try and incorporate, where we can.
And additionally, there's the upkeep of that, because I know that we tried, and you guys have done it in the city as well, utility boxes, right? Great to put artwork on there, but if nobody's going to take the responsibility to maintain it, it becomes more of an expense. But it can be an enhancement if it's done right.
And that's why we do have the Museum of Northern Arizona, that they are responsible for maintaining it. There was another business owner in town years ago that wanted to sponsor the bus stop and be recognized, but when we said, well, then you need to also maintain it, they no longer wanted to see it. So it's the give and take with businesses around the community.
So speaking of maintenance. Thank you. before I'll be speaking about bus stop maintenance, as well as, bus stop development and easement acquisition for transit. I want to give a shout out to Jeremiah McVicker, our maintenance manager. He developed these slides that we're gonna share. That he's out, on a well-deserved time off, with family, so. With that, I will dive into our maintenance program. So once we have these great bus stops installed and constructed, we do want to be good stewards. We take a very community-minded, good neighbor approach to taking care of our infrastructure in the field. Our facilities team takes great pride in making sure they do everything they can to keep them up. And really have sort of set a standard. It's like an internal, a conversation of, well, I would want a place for my grandmother to sit and wait for the bus. I want it to be clean. I want it to be welcoming. And that's really, they live by that every day when they're out there in the field. Bigger picture related to maintenance, our FTA sponsor has a lot of requirements around bus stop. In general, asset management, but bus stops. So we have, as part of our transit asset management plan, we monitor how frequently we're doing our maintenance, report that as part of our TAM plan, transit asset management plan. What's also important when we're going to look for grants that we're reflecting that we're doing and complying with this plan. Couple other items, our whole overall bus stop program, if you will. We obviously have, potential funding to build stops, but we also have operating funds that allow us to maintain them. And we also have about 156,000. We estimate that we spend with staff to clean bus stops, but we also do repair. We call it our rehab program. So a shelter or a logo stop needs to be either repaired or replaced. We'll go through that process, but essentially we have an annual budget of around 150,000 to make that happen every year. And before I move on, I'll do a couple of slides and I'll open up for questions, but if you do think of something, feel free to raise your hand in this presentation. So this is pictures of our shelter rehab team out in the field. So they're actually completing that this week. We actually have our shelter vendor come up. They are the ones that manufacture these they're custom shelters that Mount Lion has developed over the years for a lot of reasons. When I came on board almost 9 years ago, we had to what Heather was saying earlier, we had different shelter styles all over our system. We really honed in with operations and planning and maintenance to look at what is, can we develop a shelter that we can maintain that doesn't have a million pieces and parts, but also fits our branding and is recognizable. And we also developed a paint coating, which I know sounds really kind of silly, but the original paint coating just didn't wear well on Flagstaff with our UV and our ice on the roads, especially in the ADOT right away. So really this whole program developed this new shelter that you've been seeing over the last few years and logo stops. And this team is up here with our facilities team, and it gives them an opportunity to really, repair, reinstall, and sometimes they even readjust where things are to make things more efficient for maintenance. And then likewise, this is really a picture of the team doing more of our regular preventative maintenance, really our cleaning of our bus stops. As Stella mentioned earlier, we have 169 stops in our system, including our downtown connection center and mall connection center. 9 of our stops, NAU team maintains those on the NAU campus, but that's a lot of stops spread out all over town. And our maintenance team has divides it into, they call it maintenance routes, 4 routes. And typically each bus stop is cleaned once a week. And we have, so they hit 40 stops in a day. So we have a crew that will go out and they have a routine. You'll see them out there weed whacking, obviously trash pickup, wiping down seats, cleaning glass, just checking to make sure everything is safe. There's not items that are starting to break down. So they use a nice, sort of an iPad that has a work order, and they really can track all the details of each stop, and that really helps us inform our rehab program. So we know, the condition of the stop, and just little things that come up, with the stops. And I should add, it takes them 15, on average, 13 to 15 minutes per stop, depending. The shelter stops do take a little bit longer because there's a few more elements to take care of. So that is something to consider a little bit when we are putting out some structure in the field. And it typically, I'm sorry, losing my train of thought. So with that, they typically take 40 stops in a day, so it's around $375 in costs that we've estimated that it costs for a staff person and the supplies and fuel. This doesn't include the overhead and insurance and everything else that goes along with the rest of the agency or the facility vehicle that they use to, access the stops. But on average, it's around $156,000 a year to keep up our stop infrastructure. And none of those costs include winter snow removal. So there is a great deal of planning that goes on internally and with our city partner to coordinate for winter storms. Our mountain line is to be clear, the city does not clear our bus stops or the area of our bus stops or our pullouts. So that's our responsibility. And at our connection center, we actually do, just because we're down there and it's such a priority to us, we do clear that area of Phoenix Avenue in front of the downtown connection center as well. So our team of 5 essentially is spread out all over town, going out, starting when they need to, not quite round the clock, but there's been some nights pretty close to that. And all of that effort goes into making sure that we have safe infrastructure, that people can get, at least the area we can control, get to stop and wait. We do recognize those challenges, but when, the stops keep coming, the storms keep coming, but, we do the best we can, and we work really hard to message, our service during storms. So a little bit, I guess I'll pause before I move on to bus stop development. Any questions around maintenance or?
Understanding that there's gonna be, different timelines for bus stops that get done. ADOT right away versus city right away. What's the projected lifespan of a stop?
Of a stop, okay, that was actually, I think, what it was one of my points I was trying to remember. Typically, we depreciate, if we put in a new stop with a pad, then we depreciate that at a 7-year lifespan. Mainly because the shelter, as we found, the shelter, the lowest stop needs to be either repainted in 7 years. And so that allows us to, from an FTA, we've gotten concurrence that we can depreciate that item, including the concrete, even though we know concrete lasts longer, just because of the way we can track the asset in the system. When we're at ADOT, right, is that your question? It's just because of the harshness of the chemicals. Yeah, and it just, the plows and things, it takes a beating. Things take a beating, they don't last as long. One of our challenges that you asked is on Route 66 at Ponderosa, right across from the Starbucks, that kind of area that's like a car wash. We used to have a shelter there. It's an ADOT right away, and it was terrible. It was rusted, and finally it was just unsafe. And we opted, we wanted to remove it from a safety perspective and wanted to reinstall a new shelter. But we couldn't because from an ADOT perspective, it triggers them to reevaluate the whole stop. In other words, they would reevaluate that we would need to move the stop and build a pullout. So years ago, when that was permitted, at that time, it was acceptable. So we're kind of in a conundrum there. We'd like to put infrastructure in there, but it's a challenge that we can't. So it's one of those that might be on the list that we're looking at today, later. But did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it may be helpful to, but the ability to get the property to do the bus stop, because sometimes on the right of way, or sometimes you have to put it on private. And the fact that Mountain Line doesn't have the right of condemnation.
Exactly, and
And-
you're so
and-
big ahead of me, Scott.
I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
But I can get there. That is really the crux of a lot of our challenges to implementing some of these improvements at bus stops. I'll be, quite frank, it's the right of way challenges. And in most of our system over the years, where we have infrastructure that is out of the right, we've kind of gotten all the low hanging fruit across the system for the most part. So I'll get into that in a moment, but I'll start with that. Wait. All right, so bus stop development. So as Scott was saying, we actually have an IGA with the city to operate. So part of our requirements is we don't have the authority to just go out and do what we want in the field. We go through a permitting process with the city, and the same with ADOT. We also do the same for their jurisdiction. With respect to really ADOT, though, they look at it more as an operating permit. Which is kind of interesting. It's kind of included in one package, but that's part of the reason why they evaluate, I think, the whole aspect of around the bus and how it's operating versus in the city. So, but basically the point is we go through all the process ourselves to develop a permit package. And then again, key consideration with bus stop development is our right of way. Is getting a transit easement. And I'm going to actually skip to a couple of slides. Let me go back here. When we're talking about a transit easement, literally, we're generally talking about the area. You can see it's purple pink. It's a rectangle. It's maybe about 200 square feet. It's the area behind the sidewalk where part of our pad or logo stop pad sticks into private property. And that's the area that we typically need to acquire an easement. Because normally we don't work with the city or ADOT to create that little bump out as a fee simple right of way. We do it as an easement between Mountain Line and the property owner. That makes sense. So with respect to developing the easements, figuring out your number one, if you need an easement, and number two, can you get that easement early in that process before you start spending money on either design and obviously you can start construction, but it takes a lot of time working with the owners. We've got examples where it took 9 months to a year for a simple easement for a pad to put a bench on, just because many of the owners often in the area are corporate, or they're not necessarily local. So you're trying to find who to talk, all the parties involved. I mean, it just takes a lot of time, even if you get a yes, that process. And then meanwhile, you're trying to do your work and you don't want to go at risk too long in your project before you know you've got the ability to actually build the infrastructure. So it's really important to really know your acquisition strategy early on in the planning process for bus stop development, especially doing a package bus stops. And then the other major consideration, as Stella mentioned, was constructability. It's not usually just a pad and the shelter. There's utilities and stormwater and retaining walls and landscaping and you have to maybe extend the sidewalk to a ramp or potentially pedestrian crossings become a consideration. And that, for example, the lantern that Stella mentioned earlier, we have 2 sign stops only. And our big picture goal is to actually move those stops closer to the Grant Huntington intersection where the lantern is located. But it does warrant an accurate pedestrian crossing. The speeds are high, there's curvature of the road. And that's a big project. And it's not just for benefit transit, that would benefit anybody crossing and walking along Huntington. So, partnering with the city and our other partners to develop, really that big picture permanent infrastructure would be, that's a good example of kind of how you have to work transit into the built environment. And here's a couple of examples. It might be a little hard to see, but the one on the left is our route to Cedar near the Safeway. As you're driving west, you can see that this is a very popular stop with students, with residents, people coming and going shopping. This has come up multiple times. We would love to potentially make an improvement here anyone see some challenges, with this stop? Anybody?
We have a hard time with the retaining wall that's already there.
Any other potential challenges with this stop?
The tree, the sidewalk.
The road.
Yeah, road. Yeah, and then the one on the right is near Walgreens, so you're facing north on Fourth Street. So this is right, so that pedestrian that the city did put in, that actually the signal's right before there, but there is a sign stop there. Anybody see any challenges with that one to try to do an improvement there?
Huge safety concern, it looks like you're right, I'm watching them.
Yeah, there might
I
be
don't see,
some,
is there a sidewalk there though?
there's no sidewalk and the,
Cars can park right up to the sign.
yep. And there's a little issue with right of way right here, which is a challenge.
Well, and from the, working with the landowner, if you put a bus stop in there, you're taking away 3 parking spaces, which may put them out of compliance.
Yeah.
With the city.
All of those conversations around, again, that easement acquisition is part of that whole
Yeah.
aspect when you go into those discussions, yeah. So. And here's a couple of examples. This is over near the mall. I don't know, on the left, it's over near where that you make New Verizon on Cummings and Lynch, where the bus makes the turn. And there is a stop, and you can see, I mean, you're kind of between 2 driveways, but it's a pretty popular stop. A lot of residents, students at Summit High School. Any challenges with that one? Any ideas where you want to try to do stop improvements?
Being that it's right in between 2 driveways, there's multiple stakeholders, multiple property owners. We have to, it doesn't even look like there's space.
Yeah,
And that
and
encroaches.
it's probably easier to see if you're closer, but I mean, sometimes too, you could move where the stop infrastructure is, or the amenities to where you actually physically stop. So we could potentially, we kind of looked at the area in the backgrounds where you might be able to get a pad and work with one owner. So that's an example. How did you have a question? Okay. And then the one on the right is on Solier. So as Stella's Route 3, that's over there near the Elk Run area. Any challenges with this one?
Yeah, and there's no sidewalk, I'm sure it's not accessibly compliant. It's right on a road, I mean, that's really dangerous.
And it's, yeah, we have, I think, 2 sets of stops on this one that have signs. The rest of them do have shelters. The majority of them along Solier do. They don't have crossings. And this is actually improved because the city recently widened the shoulder and actually paved the shoulder, which has been helpful. So yeah, this one is definitely, it's not a right of way issue here, but it's definitely, you're standing on the side and it's 45 miles an hour there. I think it is that side. Not safe feeling. So I mentioned this earlier, this is the easement area, and typically, as Scott was mentioning, this is the type, this is what you're asking for from the owner. 200 square feet, it sounds like it's not a big ask, but you get into a lot of, there's my parking, you know, this, or maybe I have other, you know, I have landscaping there, or something to that effect. We have had though some successes, so I wanted to bring up the 2016 bus stop mobility project that we improved. I want to say it was 25 to 30% of our bus stop network at the time, with about, at the time, the glory days, with far less money. It was about $550,000 project budget. I think we improved quite a few stops. This lead stop on 180 used to be a sign. We worked with the county because they own the property. And then we dedicated, you know, we had to do a pullout for a lot of, I think, positive reasons, but for safety. And we obviously extended the sidewalk, it was walls, we actually had shelter there. It was a big effort. It was over $220,000. This is almost half the budget to do this one stop. But you know, it worked out. So. And then we also, just another example in town, Thorpe over at the adult center actually did have a little pad, but the area around it wasn't connected to a sidewalk and it was pretty poor asphalt conditions. if you're, especially if you're in a mobility device, and so we were able to get it up off the ground, you know, really improve the, and then tie it back to that curb ramp over there in the background. So, the other key consideration for most, for pretty much any project is ultimately budget. Typically what we're talking about with baseline bus stop costs, so just fine. If it's just mountain line putting a sign and we don't need a pad with it, it's $500. But if we have to add a little pad, all of a sudden you know, you have costs. So that's around 15,000, and that's actually what we just spent to put the to put in a pad at the lantern on the hunting tent to get that, you know, very useful stop though, but it does make that ADA compliant. Same thing for the logo stop. You have their, you know, the cost of the logo stop actually does have a light, so that's the unique difference between just a bench. So that's about 20,000, and then a bus shelter with the pads around 55. And that, you know, the shelter itself is around 32 for the package, and then the remaining structure costs. So again, none of this budget thinks about right of way or constructability issues. And then if we have to do a pullout, you're talking around 200,000 or more.
And before you go on, could you expand upon, when you say an ADA pad, is that connecting the bus stop to any existing sidewalk, or it's specifically a concrete pad under the bus stop that makes the stop ADA accessible?
Thank you. Sorry, I presumed. Yeah. So FTA requires, or in the ideal environment, especially if you're doing new construction, a 5x8 landing area. So when the bus opens the door and the wheelchair device is opened, somebody can go out and have room to turn. So that's 5 feet wide by 8 feet long. That's actually measured from the face of a curb. So you have some sheer space with the curb 6 inches, typical sidewalk maybe is 5 feet. And then you have, so typically, if you have to add these little areas, there, when I say ADA pad, it's literally the area behind the sidewalk that's maybe 3 foot deep by 5 foot wide, just so you get that ADA landing area. So for sign stops, that's where we can sometimes get a little challenge. There is in the FTA circular the ability for operations to make a reasonable modification in areas where you just don't have that. The bus can cheat away from the curb, deploy the ramp, and so the person can be deployed onto the sidewalk and not behind the sidewalk. So we do, I mean, we have places, and that's acceptable practice, but we endeavor to have these landing areas at every stop if we can make it happen. And so that's why occasionally you've seen stops that have this little bit of like concrete pad behind the sidewalk. That's what that is to help with the mobility device.
But it doesn't include our cost up there, do not include the sidewalk.
No.
If the sidewalk does not already exist to connect our bus stop to curbs, to other things nearby that actually allow that person with a mobility device to travel from the bus stop to their final destination, that's not part of our infrastructure. It's
Correct.
want to make sure everyone's aware.
Yep, exactly. So that gets into those constructabilities. Sometimes you need to fill in a missing sidewalk length. You know, that's what we did in that ADA bus stop mobility project for quite a few locations 2 years ago. So, and then currently we have a first mile, last mile project with the city, which is a great opportunity for that project to fill in missing sidewalks that benefit transit. That's a good example of trying to help that issue that we have in our community, which is uncommon. Any other questions about the budget? Okay. And then now acquisition, your favorite subject. So with the easement acquisition process, we do follow the Federal Uniform Act, which is the Uniform Act that any entity that is accepting federal funds should be following for real estate acquisition. So with that, there's a process, and I'll kind of talk about that process in a moment. But basically, our goal is to get an easement, a transit easement between Mountain Line and the entity. We don't actually get a right of way. We don't dedicate it to the city, typically, unless it's the bus pull out of that neat example that we needed to, that had to be part of the 8-out right of way. But yet the shelter is actually ours. It's actually an easement from we're on county land, it's an easement, so it's a little bit of a nuance there, but. Typically, the easements are recorded, they run with the land, so the owner changes. That's reliable, then we know we have the rights to still have our infrastructure on that property. And of course, there's costs with that acquisition, the cost of the parcel, easement parcel, the legal and survey costs, and all of that. To get there. And I did get some information from the city yesterday, actually, to give some estimates on what they're seeing. The typical per square foot cost you're seeing ranges from $20 a foot, depending on where you're in the town, to $80 a square foot. So when you add that up for 200 square feet, plus the other ancillary costs, you're up to almost $19,000 to $20,000 to get an easement. That's to purchase the rights for that parcel and do all the work to get the easement done. So that starts to go in your budgeting process. Again, going back to, we're looking at stop infrastructure, how, what's the value of that infrastructure amount line? How much do we want it? Where do we want to put our budget and investment? And now I'll touch on the easement acquisition process, which is following the Uniform Act. And the first step in that process is, they call it donation, but essentially it's a goodwill, voluntary. When we ask, we persuade, we, approach them the value of transit. I think Estella mentioned that, the developer conversations. And we've had some good successes with that in town. We do have easements that the owner was, very open and willing, and, we never have typically approached purchasing the easement itself. So that really is the second step, which is a voluntary sale. So if step one doesn't work, you can go to step two. Then you proceed with a process for appraisal. You then make a formal offer to the owner, and it can, they can consider it, and if they accept it, great, you proceed, and you proceed with your improvement. If it's a no, that's when we pause, and this is when ideally we're going to come back to the board in the future with an actual policy for your consideration. But really, the idea with this is we really want to start working with our board to provide some guidance through this process. So if we would ever go to step 3 or even step 4, which is the right of, Mountain Line does not have the right of eminent domain. So if we were to pursue that option, we would work with the city on that. It would be a council action. Again, that's not something that Mountain Line's ever really thought through about doing, but these are the steps that are available to us. But we would definitely want to be seeking the Mountain Line board direction on especially step 3 and 4. So step 3 after voluntary sale is you can actually offer more than the value of the property. If you want it bad enough. And then you can go through a negotiation process and or a kind of a litigation type process at that step to see if you can get the property or the easement that you need. And then if that doesn't work, the direction is, if it's that important for Mountain Line, then number 4 would be something we would work with the city on. So I want to pause there to see if there's any questions about that process.
Are there any bus stops that we did have to pay beyond market value to get that area for the site?
We currently are very fortunate that everywhere we have a stop has been done to donation. We have never purchased, but we have reached a point where we feel like we have probably maximized the number of voluntary donations that we are going to be able to achieve. And so that's why we do have some of the stop challenges that we have now is we have locations that we know need better stop improvements available for the ridership, for the neighborhood, for the business served. But we don't have the voluntary piece or the donation. And so that's really where we start saying we need to consider what are the additional steps that the board wants to authorize or direct us to. Remember, all this has been the goodwill of the neighbor, the goodwill of the business. So when you're approaching a business saying, let us have an easement, and we're going to take 3 parking spots away, and now you're not in compliance with city code, I mean, that just becomes a very complex issue for everyone involved. So that's where we're at now, is if we want to continue making improvement, there's one we need to protect voters, they're not going to acquire these things.
Just follow up on that, on those 3 parking spaces that are lost, did you ever consider giving like a waiver for keeping them in compliance if they give up those 3 spots per bus stop?
And I think that's gonna go back to this transit and the code study work that we're doing right now, is where are those trade-offs in code? I think I can't speak, I don't know the city's codes in and out. I think in new developments, there are more opportunities than in conversions, but I don't know that certain that will be all things that we consider. I'm looking at Kate, because her team is really handling some of the scope of work related to that with the city. I think those are all pieces part of this additional study that we're having done, is how do we ensure property owners can support transit easements without quote, penalizing or making it feel like they are non-compliant.
Can I jump? Oh, and on that too, that also emphasizes the need, if possible, to, in new developments or new things, to deal with that easement when it's first being developed, because it's much simpler and you can do all of that. You know, or if there's a new infill project or a new project, dealing with that at that time where you think you may need that as you're going through the city process.
You find yourself that input with a parcel, you have the ability to move it to the top and move it to the next parcel or have those conversations. You may find something not willing, you may find something willing 200, 500 feet away. You usually look at that as your policy, or that's some agreement looking for a board direction.
Thank you for that question, because that type of scenario has kind of occurred over the last years with a couple of locations. The challenge is oftentimes, especially if it's on a major corridor, we're literally in a spot where you're between a million driveways, and that operationally might, and this go back to the bus spacing, right? Like if we move it 500 feet back, then maybe we're too close anyway to the last stop. So then it becomes, well, we have a sign stop, I guess we'll just keep operating there because at least we have the sign stop. But you're right, that is definitely creative thoughts on how do we work through this, you know, maybe, I mean, the Tacos Los Altos is a good example. We have looked at stop infrastructure there in the past and it hasn't worked out. Well, we have this opportunity has come now, we're gonna get to move the stop with the Kentucky Fried Chicken development and take advantage of that development process, not take advantage, but work with the developer, bridge.
Utilize your assets.
But no, there's, you know, for example, that project is, you know, going through that process and they were very willing to work with us on exactly where to fit that pad in and make it work operationally, to make it work with what they need for their infrastructure. So it really was some really good conversations. But you're right, definitely we look at, okay, if we can't get this, well, maybe we try this. I mean, there's a lot of nuance with it. So, yeah.
And if I may, I think when we're designing a route, it's a new route, we've never been there before, all those opportunities would exist. When we are retrofitting our existing system, it becomes much more challenging. And if you think back 20 years ago, these were all sun spots. They were put in place sometimes with Pine Country Transit, sometimes in the first year of Mountain Line's operations. And so it's the retrofitting that I think is offering some of the biggest challenges. So I just wanted to add that as,
Yeah, that's really good. And stuff. Maybe I killed the battery.
Let's, maybe you slid the on off, check on the side.
Anyway,
I can, yeah.
that was the end of my presentation. And I wanted
That's why, that's why.
yeah, you all, food for thought. I don't know if our timing's maybe a little bit early, but as we're going through this game in the afternoon, we view some food for thought, ideas on bus stop development, which is, you know, as you look at how important is this bus stop improvement to the big picture of Mount Lion and the bus stop network, and just your knowledge of the community. In our, you know, if you're looking at it, are there those major right-of-way or constructability issues? And then really the last one is, what steps would you as a board or TAC member be willing to take to help Mountain Line get the improvements? Thank you very much.
So are there any questions or comments based on the last presentation? I just want to say I really appreciate the information, and I know that there's some stuff spoken with Heather about that I would like to see added. In particular, one of my pet peeves is we don't have a stop to King Street, Health and Human Services. I think it's ridiculous that our county has Health and Human Services and doesn't have a bus stop there. So want to see how we can get there. I've also had requests from people in La Plata Vieja to get a bus route through there. I know the new station is across the street, but it might as well be on the other side of the freeway with the amount of traffic that's there for those residents. So seeing how we can help accommodate that. So on the bus stop front, those are the two areas that I'm really looking for, and will be willing to help sponsor or support to get bus stops there. So, thank you.
Chair, you have a.
Yes. Let's begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So you're asking for all these bus stops, I want one to the city and to be. Right, so anyway, as you know, all these, things that need to be approved, right of ways, and also, the city and the county kind of go hand in hand about in a lot of areas. We're doing an Envision 24 area plan, regional area plan right now, and I was wondering if you have touched base with the county that's heading that, you know, to see how to incorporate them, but they're going around to all these areas and asking for anything, everything that they would like to see in 2024, meeting with all the communities. So I think that's my question, you know. And then I know, you know, we probably need to comment about, I'm kind of going outside the box. How we're gonna get our voice out there or information out there, you know, there's that aspect of that where, you know, in my area, you know, for District 4, you know, we have anything to share, and also non-launch, probably all districts, you know, it's doing us because we're at meetings where, you know, we're also at the chapter meetings, and a lot of people commute from off the reservation to work, things like staff and things like that. So I'm just kind of wondering about how you're working with this. Well, I consider I think some you know, working but for the county. There are things that are moving over there, you know, to better flag staff. So that was just a comment I would like to make. Thank you.
If I can, I'd like to try and at least respond to the first part. What are we doing to make sure we're involved or connected to that regional area plan? I don't know that we've had any direct conversations with county staff. Will follow up on that, but I will offer that we have been working with county manager through with Andy and with Tiffany and the Northern Arizona Council of Governments to look at what was previously developed by NACOG that addressed transit services and plans for the greater county, and to look at that from a funding strategy perspective so that we could be partners in really coming to a place where these are the steps we could take to get to transit outside the city and to the county. And that does include the coordination with all the other providers, now for transit, focusing on transit, and conversations with these folks. So those are all things that can cover us. Can't speak specifically to the regional area plan, but we'll make sure that we do have an opportunity to chat with those folks and make sure there's collaboration there. But that's parallel conversation with NACOG, because they did do a transit plan in the last 5 years to look at that, see if it needs to be refreshed, apply for additional grant funding to support funding strategy planning. So that the county does have something that they could then build upon to introduce transit services.
And at some point, finally, basically, we can have to award. Yes, that we want to get it out there, as a board here. So thank you very much. Yeah.
Right. We're a little bit early for lunch. Can we continue to the progress?
If we can do progress reports and current events, then we will have lunch before we do the bus activity and then we'll move back to the agenda for.
Good, in that case, number 9, Washington DC trip, Jackie letters.
We don't normally be on the reports. We are happy and available to if you would like us to. So if there's questions, you'd like us to agendize any of the progress reports, we can do that. Otherwise, we can go right down to current events. I can have a meeting.
Sure. Yeah. Move them
Sorry
9.
about that.
12, okay. So we're on number 12, summary of current events.
All right, so I'll direct you to the screen. We do have a couple of anniversaries to share. These are not milestone anniversaries in the defined milestone periods, but some of these are significant. Dave Schweigert, there on the left-hand side of the screen in the blue shirt. He's actually celebrating his 13th anniversary with Mountain Line as a transit bus operator. Dave has proven to be a great asset to Mountain Line by his helpful nature, assisting others, including both fellow operators and our passengers. He's familiar with many of our riders and will actually welcome them by name, even when they're not passengers on his vehicle. He's a very respectful team member and we're grateful for his 13 years of service. In the middle of the screen is Keith Moore, who is celebrating 18 years as a transit bus operator with Mountain Line. I remember when he started, it was so young. He is, he does have a very quiet demeanor. He's a very focused operator, but that's really accented by his personality and his driving skill. And he regularly trains and mentors our new staff members, teaching them how to adopt his own nature in adapting to tough situations. So very excited to celebrate those very long-term anniversaries that just don't happen to fall into our milestone definition. And then on the right-hand side is Roxy Anderson. Roxy actually started with us in 2019 in a temporary HR technician job. And over the last 5 years has come in and gone out at different times as we need assistance. Her background is in IT and HR. So she gets the joy of coming in and helping us with document control, record retention, setting up HR files, etc. And so she really is this great on-call asset to our agency and helping build this gap of little things and projects that come up. And we're very grateful that she continues to come in. She's a very warm and bright personality, and we're grateful for her assistance. Outside of anniversaries, I just have a couple of current events to share with you. I did not send out a current events report. Mountain Line partners with High Country Humane, and conducted a Stuff the Bus event at PetSmart on September 30th. It allowed people to come to that event and make donations. By the end of the day, the bus was full of donations for animals in need in our community. Both Mountain Line and High Country Humane had representatives on hand all day to greet customers and thank them for the support. It was the first time we had done the Stuff the Bus event that was not food for people food. But it did go well. I think High Country reached out to us and asked us if we would participate in this event, and we were excited to be able to do that. Jackie and I recently traveled to Washington, DC to participate in the Southwest Transit Association's legislative fly-in, so similar to the spring fly-in. Flew into DC. We participated in a 2-day event, including legislative updates from several transit advocacy organizations and the Federal Transit Administration with a small, intimate group. So lots of really good conversation. And then we also met with elected officials and professional staff or committees that oversee transit funding. Our last day in DC, it was Jackie and I working with our legislative liaison, Nexus Consulting, if you know, and we met with all of the Arizona elected officials, whether they represent Flagstaff area or not. We are very lucky to receive support from federal legislators in the Phoenix and Tucson areas that support our budget ask and our transit policy questions. And so really wanted to take the opportunity to meet them and thank them for their own support. Immediately after the news feature, Josh, Jim, and I traveled to Orlando to participate in the annual American Public Transportation Association Conference and Vendor Expo. This is a every 3-year event where they have their meeting combined with a Vendor Expo. And during the 4 days of the conference, we were able to meet with our peers and continue conversations about succession planning, about that today, workforce development, transit driver results, driver fatigue. That was an interesting conversation with the Federal Transit Administration, and other safety issues, transition to zero emission vehicles and improving mobility programs. Additionally, I participated in a panel on succession planning and retention and development that developed from within and higher conversations that come out, Supervisor Vasquez alluded to earlier, the value of investing in our employees. So I participated in a panel to talk about Mountain's efforts around that. We were at the panel with Denver Regional Transit District CEO and Lane Transit out of Eugene, Oregon CEO. So we were the smallest transit agency at the table, and it was a real honor to be there and speak. Additionally, we had access to hundreds of transit vendors and were able to spend time viewing the most up-to-date solutions for software solutions, camera systems, buses, and charging equipment. Jim and I both remarked that 3 years ago, the difference between this expo and the one 3 years ago is the number of charging solutions. So definitely a market change that we are seeing, and hopefully that continues to expand upon our abilities to transition our fleet. Couple other quick ones. Mountain kicked off a mobility study with the goal to create new and improved mobility options for our paratransit and microtransit customers through new technology and potentially create contracted relationships that will maximize transit options in a cost-efficient and effective manner. So build out more on our taxi and TNC relationships and provide our riders with more options. We did have a site visit from the Texas Transportation Institute, who was awarded the contract to do this. And they are working right now on a plan that helps us look at what are the components that we should be evaluating and considering for implementation. What are some changes we can make to our policy and the way we do business internally to improve services. This last week, I attended the Rural Transportation Summit hosted by the Rural Transportation Advocacy Council with Kate Morley and my staff. The goal of attending this event is to continue to say, don't forget transit is part of transportation. And really push on our transit issues. We also had conversations about expanding the eligibility for SMART funding. SMART funding is state set aside that funds local match for transportation projects in general. We apply, agencies apply for that directly to ADOT. When that program was originally set up, transit was told to go there and apply for money. And then when they came out who's eligible, they left transit out of the eligible. So we're working on helping them understand why we need that change. So lots of good conversations there. Additionally, MetroPlan has included match funding for our maintenance facility in their rural transportation funding request. And so we were there to support Kate and her team in representing those projects. Supervisor Vasquez was there and made comments on that as well. And I'm proud to say we were one of the 2 transit-related funding asks under that thought. Normally, those are highway projects, and so it's great to see transit start to be highlighted by different agencies in the state. And then the last thing, I sent an email on this, but wanted to highlight for you, our employee Jordan Goodwin was featured in the Quality Connections newsletter in October. The newsletter was designed to celebrate National Disability Employment Awareness Month. Jordan does work in our fleet team. He started out about 8 months ago now, and he is probably one of the happiest people you can meet. he loves buses. You want to know facts about a bus? Let me put you down with Jordan. I can tell you, the miles of every vehicle, how many tires it has, all the things. He just knows all the details, you know, from two types of vehicles, absolutely amazing. We're glad to have him on our team, and I want to say, if you think about those milestone anniversaries, Baker, our fleet mechanic, that just celebrated his 5th year, it was his suggestion, talking to him about Jordan and his love for transit, and I said, wouldn't it be great if we could find an internship? That where we bring Jordan in and give him an opportunity to work, and he said, why don't we look at the job? And so it's very exciting to have Jordan in our team and see him successful, and he wants to be a mechanic someday, and I'm hopeful that we can continue to work with him on building that opportunity. And so those are my very quick current events.
Anything else to cover before lunch, or is it time to go to lunch break?
I think they're going to bring lunch in a few minutes, but we'll give you all a few minutes to check in, do your email, your phone calls, etc. before they bring food in. We'll have a quick break to eat, right? It's about 30 minutes to eat and enjoy just talking amongst ourselves. And then we'll come back in about 12:30 if you are last piece, which is going to be the bus stop. Okay.
Thank you. We're now on,
We're going.
oh, so we're back to number 8 and bus. And I know, you couldn't give me an easier. Like, here's well, you know, first president gives us script and we know what we're looking at. Okay, so.
I'll put that in the note.
Please continue. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. All right, still on bus stops, but we'll be having an activity. Ooh, this was working.
Okay. Where are you? There.
Okay.
Yay.
So kind of as a reminder. From meeting all approved, we forgot where we left off, so staff, we put all of our bus stops through this scoring criteria from the transit guidelines, you know, based on different items. And out of our 169 stops, 42 warranted, and then upgrades based on the transit guidelines criteria. But today we're just focusing on the 29 sign stops. Mostly because we feel like those are in most need of some sort of amenity upgrade, just because the sign stop really has nothing. So the activity, so the objective is to prioritize the current bus stops for amenity upgrades. So these are just our current systems, is not expansion. We're really focusing on what we currently have out in the field. For which one we want to prioritize upgrades. So whether it's a sign to a logo or a sign to a shelter. And we'll have 4 categories. We'll have top priority, which is red, and you only have 5 options. High priority, which is yellow, and you'll have also 5 options. Medium priority, which is green, which is 14 options, and then low priority, which is 5. So all the materials, so each group and all, you're kind of clumped together with their groups, but after I'll make sure you know it, and you'll have team leaders as well. They have a variety of materials in front of them. So first is a packet of bus stops, which is each person was given this in the beginning of today, which has basically all 29 bus stops and includes the route number, the suggested upgrade, as well as a variety of details based on the transit guideline criteria. We also have a deck of bus stop cards. That's just one per group, but it's the same 29 bus stops, but it can be just a tool to maybe organize the bus stops, maybe first pick out your top 5, your bottom 5, just kind of a nice way to maybe organize. And then you'll also have a big system map, which I'll lay out in front of you. There's a lot of papers going on today. Big system map, and then we also have kind of a smaller map of our existing amenities. So if you want to see, oh, is there a shelter right next door to this stop? So you can kind of get a sense of what's our current conditions. And then we have a variety of post-its that we'll be using to actually prioritize. So I know that's a lot of different materials, but the thing really is not that complicated. Basically, you take these post-its and stick them on this big map that I'll put in front of each group. And you essentially will use the deck of cards or this bus stop printout just as tools to help with your decision making. But the ultimate goal is to get the post-its on the big map. So a little bit about the criteria, just so you know what these different cards mean. So we have projected ridership, which is the boardings and alightings per day. We have land use density, which is based on the city of Flagstaff zoning code. We have the youth, senior, disabled, or low income populations. It bases if there's schools, dedicated housing or social services within either an 1/8 of a mile or a 1/4 mile of the stop. Activity center, this is derived from the Flagstaff regional plan. We also have community or cultural spaces. These are things like museums, parks, community centers. Also, again, 1/8 of a mile or 1/4 of a mile. We have our permanent transit network. So it's kind of like a yes or no if it is or it's not. And then we have high exposure to elements. So this is, again, if there may be not buildings around where you could go under, or you're right up against like a 40-mile-per-hour road or higher, or areas with no parkway, which is kind of that space between the sidewalk and the road. Usually it's like has gravel or landscape. All right, so I'll quickly run through these. If you want to even follow along with your kind of individual printout, feel free. But feel free to just stop me if you have additional questions. So I'm just going to kind of orientate some of these bus stops. So
Oh, yeah, one thing I didn't mention is the letters, they don't mean anything. They're, meaning, they're not prioritized, but they correlate with, this big map that will come up for the table, so. But they're not any sort of orders, there's no hints or anything given to you all. Letter A is Cedar and West, Plaza is going west, this is going towards downtown. It's not, there's like a charter school across the street. Letter B is winter and Christmas tree. This is in the Christmas tree neighborhood, very residential area. Letter C is Cummings and Lynch. So this is kind of near our Mountain Line office on the east side of town. Letter D is Fox Glen and Butler going northbound. So Fox Glen Park is not too far. This is right across the street from the Maverick. Letter E is Solier and Foxlayer. This is going eastbound, this is towards the mall. There's a church here as well. Letter F, Solier and Elk Run. This is going westbound, so it's going towards downtown. Yeah. Letter G is Foxglen and Butler. This is going southbound, so again, it's right by the Maverick. There's also the Foxglen Park is not too far. Letter H is Butler and Lucky westbound, so this is going towards downtown on Butler, like the I-40 exit, it's not too far from here. Letter I is Butler and Eldon westbound, so this is kind of just on the outside of downtown, this is going towards downtown. There's a church right here. Letter J is Woodlands Village and University. So this is on Woodlands Village and just a little bit north of University Drive. Letter K is Route 66 and Pinnacle. So this is on West Route 66, and there's like a Wicked AZ coffee right there. Letter L is Santa Fe and Park, which is kind of not too far from City Hall. It's just a little bit west of City Hall. And we'll use this stop, like if there's events at Wheeler Park, and maybe which closes some of this bus stops on Aspen, we'll use this as kind of the main stop. So it can get quite popular during events at Wheeler Park. Letter M is 4th Street and Walgreens, so northbound, so this is going, yeah, we're looking at on 4th Street going north. This is near like Summit Gymnastics and Walgreens. Letter N is 4th and Cedar southbound, so we're on 4th looking south, headed towards Route 66. Letter O is 4th and 66 southbound, so a little bit more south. Again on 4th Street and like close to Route 66. And then letter P is Fort Valley and Forest, so this is on Forest, kind of Fort Valley Road. It's just to the front. Letter Q, Gemini and Pine Cliff, which is near Basis Charter Schools that's on the Mesa. This one is just served a couple times a day when Route 2 deviates to serve Basis. Letter R is De Silva Avenue and Beaver, so the main road there is on Beaver Street, and this is not too far from Flagstaff Medical Center. Letter S is Huntington and Grant eastbound, so it's going towards the kind of looking towards the mall. This is the new stop. This is near the Holiday Inn Express on Huntington. Letter T, Huntington, Grant westbound. So this is going towards downtown. There's like an APS building. Just a couple more. Letter U is Route 66 Country Club. So this is not too far from the Flagstaff Mall. There's like an RV park or sales center. There's a mattress store as well. Letter B is Peak View and Mountain. So this is in the Cheshire neighborhood on Route 5, very residential area. Letter W is Route 66 and Arrowhead westbound, is going towards downtown. And this is near like the Tractor Supply on Route 66. And letter X is Route 66 and Ponderosa, again going towards downtown. It's near Ponderosa Parkway, so near like the drive-through liquor store that just opened. There's a Starbucks. Last slide. Letter Y is Route 66 in San Francisco, so it's in downtown, right near the Martans on Route 66. Letter Z is Cedar and West going westbound, so again kind of towards downtown, right by the Safeway.
Letter AA is Beaver and Hunt southbound, so it's going towards kind of the main downtown core on Beaver Street. There's a Big Brothers and Big Sister office here. BB is Butler and San Francisco West, so this is going westbound towards right, it's the stop right before downtown connection center. It's getting on Beaver on Butler Boulevard. And then CC is Butler and San Francisco eastbound, so kind of getting out of downtown on Butler. And so, yeah, so this is basically all the different bus stops, and then we'll be placing the Post-its on the big maps that I'll pull out. So ready to lasso fans, just believe in yourselves, follow your gut. About 30 minutes to do this activity. So one tip could be like figure out your top 5, maybe your bottom 5, and then kind of you can fill out the middle parts. But I'll be walking around and kind of making sure everyone knows who their groups are and things like that. No,
Get the referees.
I guess. Pick a group if you want.
We are referees or advisors.
Yeah.
Counselors.
We're Switzerland, we're neutral.
Colors are the drawing on because the little teams are
You have now, okay. All right, thanks for being here, Josh. Good point to bail, I guess.
Yeah. Do the cards have ridership, whether it's high or low?
Well, they might. But yeah, that's an example of one. Yeah.
Projected ridership.
Moderate, yep. Yep. So I guess there are 4 groups.
What's that?
Looks like there are 4 groups. Done.
This indicates what the stars would recommend for
You're still is taking pictures. It's windy. The tree across, you can really see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't stepped out, so.
Yeah. Judy was getting some tea and she commented on it was chilly outside.
Oh, yeah,
So
definitely fall now.
I know. Definitely.
Yikes.
Mexico, yeah.
Yeah.
10 to 20 miles per hour.
I think it might be a little higher than that out there.
Yeah. Still no rain in the forecast. I
Take
can
it,
see.
it's October.
Yeah, I know. I need to get my gutters cleaned out because almost all the leaves are down now.
Yeah. Yeah, have to do ours. We get pine needles.
It's so much better.
Yeah.
You can do it before the moisture
Yeah.
sets in.
Our gutters will freeze solid, like on the parts of the house that don't get fine, they'll just freeze. They stay that way.
Yeah.
We went up to Aspen Corner
Oh,
on
nice.
Saturday and then did the sky ride afterwards. So this is Michelle's mine.
Nice.
Yeah. So,
Has she come to you to stay before?
No,
No, okay.
yeah,
I know you talk about her fairly often.
yeah, yeah. Whether you've met her at something else or not, but I'm pretty sure she's never come to a pause day. Yeah. So what are we doing for Christmas? It seems far off, but it's not really.
No,
Coming up quick.
better have to set the date so people know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to think last year. Was it catered in Chevy? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know that I was involved last year. I think it was the year before.
I can't remember, was it
Jackie.
during the day? Maybe it wasn't.
Right, I think it might have been.
Yeah.
Yep. So,
The one thing I just want to mark it on there is that. There you go.
yeah, because I think there might have been another group, because Michelle, Josh and Kurt could have made another group, but they, none of them are here.
Yeah.
It's the game, which is, oh, there it is, right there, red, yellow, blue.
You want to go back to that?
That's actually perfect.
Oh, okay. Okay,
Usually it hides this toolbar.
I know, and I was afraid to click anywhere there to,
Yeah.
cause a problem, because she had to click
Yeah.
it. Like that.
Yeah.
Because I thought of that, but I guess just moving it up on the screen was helpful. Yeah. I didn't realize they were gonna bring us out a huge thing of ice. That'd be like a little thing of
Yeah.
ice.
It's so hard, you never know.
Okay, so then this, the other one. Is, thanks, so why did it start from?
The other question was that here.
It's probably not easy.
Decided,
Yeah,
yeah. That's why I think the scoring system,
it's good.
yeah. Yeah,
And
because then it's like, it shakes out, right?
so when I knew, when I already knew. She's gonna be sick. It's not on her. What was his second name? Second request too. I can't remember. Where. How do you say someone? I'll listen to the recording.
I think that's.
Yeah, this is the transfer.
Yes.
Going on.
Priorities.
Yeah. Hold on in there.
Yeah.
It's still in the really.
Yeah, somebody.
People can walk it and get.
Get some sampling.
What do you think about that long span of Bush Street? I mean, there aren't that many steps for- So, I mean, if you had. So we turn onto Sixth Avenue. And that's the closest midway point, otherwise there's the Wells Fargo. There's one by. If there was ones on Fourth at that midpoint, that would be easier for those, the county people,
Yeah.
you know, or the county buildings. Then it's less than a quarter mile walking. But then I don't know if that puts one too close to where is in Sixth Avenue. Over here somewhere.
Right. Oh, 7. Yeah.
I think this is
Yeah.
Sixth Avenue, and there's none over here. But we don't have a route that goes that way. It only goes there and up around. Or it does the loop, right?
So that's and then
Around, yeah. Yeah,
thing
so,
where at it southbound. In that space.
mhm. And then they have to cross the street. Which is still. There is a bus stop somewhere in there, here or both. I can't remember two. Yeah,
Right by the
that is a Chevron and.
county cooperative extension,
Hmm,
and then there's one further down, I think, before it turns.
yeah. But it would be better if they were on. I think. So when you loop around, it could be there, you know. And then it's not that far from the county building. That's, I see that as the best case scenario, but. And I don't know where, when they had the map of the black, like the infill stops. I don't know that there was any there.
Mhm.
So.
Yeah. Good exercise.
Mhm.
Yeah. A lot of the rides. Yeah. Do we want that one where we have to have? Well, that is one we talked about. But this. What about this? You can still have to find. There's this guy with the logos here. Okay, so exactly.
I don't know which way is easier.
Yeah.
I was gonna go over my dinner. Easy to get, but I don't know.
Got a technical player.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Thanks.
Sure.
I forgot about that group,
Yeah, yeah.
little tight. Yeah, their time.
Yeah.
It's a fascinating process.
Mhm.
It's-
You gotta see how they're all organizing it different.
And they- yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I actually. It's a great way to go and make these type of, because of course it's fun.
Yeah.
It's also really makes people
Think about it.
think about it and say, okay, we can't do it all.
Right. That's it.
The money is constrained. We have to prioritize. Yeah. I was gonna ask you, I don't know if you saw my code of conduct question.
I saw it, I haven't looked at it.
Okay.
It's just like,
It's fine.
what's the question?
We had a member ask us why we have to sign the annual
Oh, yeah.
conflict of interest statement every year, annual,
Yeah.
but I posed the question as, is that really a requirement? Is that best practice?
Starting
What
looking,
is,
I did that, I did.
Yeah,
I did look at
so-
that, I think, my understanding, I know for school boards. It's an extra filing. But looking, I'm looking at the stuff, I was looking for the
Okay.
statutory requirement,
okay,
but that's the idea is each time you're lucky. School boards have to do an annual. Statute.
so our question is it really a requirement, or could we change it to that they sign it once, that like it's their time of service? So just throwing it out there to, you know, whatever. Well, I end up having to spend a lot of time trying to get them to do it.
Yeah.
Which
Well,
I will, I mean, I can
I did-
certainly
I did
do.
initially-
Not a problem, but
Like I said, I know as a school board. But I'm looking for the statute, I didn't see initially, why could you, you're still, you're not school.
Right. Yeah. Well, let me know.
I will, sorry, thank you for letting me, yeah, I thought, you know.
You could get a, like, statement that Heather and I can use to say this is why it needs to be this way.
Yeah.
Because this one person has been talking since the beginning of trying to get them to do it. So, right. But I didn't know if where it was coming from, so that was my question.
There's a statutory requirement that you do that. Look at you, so they don't have no- I don't-
Applies to other-
When we first came in, a quick walk in. Sorry about that.
If you guys feel like that is probably the best practice, we need to be able to explain that to this person. With some support.
Is this a red or a yellow?
The one that, especially when you, and then still,
Yeah, that's true. I'm not sure I did.
But the Beaver and Son, which is. Here, right? They want to. I mean. The other two are not power programming, so that's why that one, we could have a little bit more, I didn't all like the priorities that are. I want to cross the then either. That's the problem. Yeah, that's. I think. Yeah. It's all about. Yeah.
So if you're free, stop, they must see.
Yeah, so I was the team that are both by the departments. What do you want to figure out? Yes, it's fun. Thanks for hearing. Function of how.
Part of our permanent network. I run a lot of. Both of those come in moderate and regularly. Like permanent and to really support all of the. And then there's something else, and I recognize how they do So yeah.
Yeah, I never tried to.
Right. So I listened to the conversation. Yeah, these two are but it's potentially in their future shelters. I don't think so. Probably relative to the state of Yes. All right.
Falling it.
Okay, we're gonna go this group by group, please volunteer one person from your group to kind of say what your top 5 bus stops were. A little bit about your methodology, if there was one, maybe you went to like Telford first, or you looked at equity dealers, or you know, just a little bit of kind of your decision making. And we'll go from there. If there's any major challenges, like any things that, yeah, you had a hard time deciding in your group. So you can start here with this group. Do you want the tie? My copy, I still have to have I don't know how I So we had really good conversation because it's really hard to determine, like, do you just look at ridership? Do you look at, you know, potential ridership? We talk a lot about safety. We talk about, you know, proximity to other bus stops. We talk about the infrastructure around the stop, and that doesn't support a bus shelter, or, you know, that was a concern. So our top 5, I'm just gonna give you the letter, if that's okay. So W, which is Arrowhead, H, which is Butler and Lucky, X, Route 66 Ponderosa, Z, Cedar West, and N, 4th Street northbound. We had conversations about, like, you know, looking at the permanent transit network. You know, and as much as you want to be everything for everyone, there are some places that they already look pretty, they seem pretty safe, they seem, you know, to be in good condition, and so those were lower on our priority because we felt like they were already conducive to somebody feeling comfortable riding transit. We wanted to, you know, improve the places that we thought have high ridership or the potential to have greater ridership depending on what's going on in development in that area. So those are some of our conversations. Group by this.
So in our group, and I'm gonna follow yours here, we're gonna go with Z. N is for Nancy, O, CC, and BB. We looked at this, again, from an equity standpoint, the populations that these areas serve, the ridership, in the BB, CC area, we talked about, you know, that's like the part of town where people are accessing multiple routes, and focus on those areas. And then Z, N, and O, we talked about, you know, the population, the that we're serving that's destination points that people might be accessing from those. Routes. So, anything else? Thanks.
To the group next to us, and we looked at multiple routes and ridership or projected ridership being high. So we have Z, CC, BB, M, and W. With the shelters for the Cedar westbound, Butler, San Francisco eastbound. So that would be our top priority, as rate. And high priority, you want us to list all of them or just?
I think just top is fine.
Okay.
There was any.
And then once we rank them all, we looked at kind of what routes were served most prominently by the choices, and again, looking at the routes served and then the ridership. We did notice, I think it's Route 5 didn't get as much love from our group, but probably a bit less ridership and then some difficulties in locations as well.
Yeah, we pretty similar. A lot of our biggest ones are the 4th Street, Cedar corridor, and down at Beaver. Butler, the sentence going Butler, so O, M, N, C, and CC after that. Looking at areas that have the potential and also have something to gain from improved infrastructure, if they want comfortable already.
And what do you have like, methodology, whether like you went first on the shelter stops or all, like, or just
We went in order.
one order?
And then plan to trade, but we got it first time perfect. So.
Well, we are gonna, take all this information, staff is, and kind of compare and contrast, see if there's any major differences, like among some of the top and some of the bottom groups. And then we'll come back in at the January board meeting. Yeah, present the results, talk a little bit about maybe implementation next steps, and like that, but, curious any feedback, how do you guys think this went? Was it hard?
But every time we look at one of the places on there, thinking about the financial ramification. Cost. Take it away from you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think this is like the first step, and then some of these will be some constructability challenges, so that is what we kind of have to evaluate as well when it comes to this top higher, and so. The more to come, on kind of the next steps, they have the more, everybody.
I don't know, it's interesting, you have 4 of them that were included in 3. M and CC and Z were in three of the groups top 5.
So maybe it won't be too difficult. Did notice a couple of anomalies, maybe in the data, that we look at internally, for the Butler Fox Glen, stocks, they had different recommendations, one was the shelter, one was the logo, but the Magnet one across the street, so this is something for our team to look at, to determine the potential recommendation there. And then for N and O on 4th Street, which is a popular area that is prioritized, one was proposed to the shelter and one was proposed to the logo, even though they're right across the street. Comes down to the zoning, if there's like a different on one side of the street, but yeah, we can double check for these. That's just something you find. Yeah.
Those sites seem closer to lower income, food, food shelter, whatever. It seems like that. And there's Fox that one got, I guess, for cultural amenity, but in the park, never got to know. Matter, it's good that.
Just a little, yeah. Right. Well, I think, well, this is the end of our activity. I don't know if this will be more
agenda items. If I may, register, if I would like to keep the comments to thank Stella and we really spent a lot of time for you to get together today. The bulk of our meeting was the presentation and this activity. So thank you both. Great job. I appreciate the ability to be involved and start. So with that, Vice Chair, that's the end of our meeting, and Rhonda will get us back to our agenda here, so you can resume the meeting of the meeting. So we're at items from the meeting.
Just read out.
Would you like me to go over it?
Sure, so. Schedule next meeting date and the inside agenda.
All right, so our next meeting dates will be in November, the top on the 2nd of November, so see you next week. And we're on the 15th of November, so we'll get you done with our board and TAC before Thanksgiving, and December is a recess month. And we'll resume normal meetings in January. Ron, if you don't mind going to the next slide, we sort of proposed agenda items, it's very small up on the screen, but it was also included in your packet for today's meeting. If you have thoughts or input on those items, please let us know. We will be back items as discussed today, or noted as we need to come back to both the TAC and the board of trustees. And with that, I should go, because everything that you come for later,
I just appreciate everybody's time and input. I really appreciated the map and the visual. I think if there was one thing that I would ask different or suggest, it was a little difficult choosing between shellfish and logos, especially the point that was made earlier about the financial considerations, because we're looking at just bases and looking at, an upgrade, but we don't like, if you only have a fixed budget, how many shelters can you do compared to how many logos? And that will might change some of the priorities as we're having this conversation. But other than that, really appreciate it. Thank you and good job to you for good meeting. Oh, and thank you for our host this case.
and thank you to Rhonda for finding space, getting the book.
Thank you.
Good job. All right, that's it. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.